Rolling.
Rolling.
Jake, just let me know whenever it is that you're gonna end up needing me to change my audio levels. Actually, I'm at max volume, and I'm not that loud.
Yeah, like I said, it was very quiet.
Okay.
It's probably OBS because you sound loud enough.
Yeah,
my OBS is at max volume right now.
It's weird.
Just let me know. How do I sound, Jake?
Do you have a gain filter on your OBS? Because that might help.
Filters. Actually, I do have a gain filter on.
Is it max?
You don't put a gain filter all the way at max. That will make people.
I know. I was wondering though, given your settings.
It's now at 10. Oh gosh, now I'm peaking. That's not a bad thing though. Well, it's a bad thing, but not. It's better to. It is better to peak than not be heard.
You sound fine on stream when you were saying you were peaking.
Oh, neat.
Problem solved.
Yeah,
Problem solved.
Problem solved. I need to peak beyond belief.
I'll let you know if things change, though.
All right. So yeah, Jake, I hope you appreciate that title.
What about me?
I hope you appreciate that title.
I gotta see the title. I get it. I appreciate it.
Yeah, seeing as you were the one who's actually going to be actively on
I told that to him first.
Now, kids, don't fight. There's enough Reaper for plenty of me.
Yeah, true.
There's enough murder for all of you.
That's season 2. Jesse just becomes a murderer.
And then he gets murdered by Ayumi the moment he attempts to end up actually acting.
Oh no.
We're gonna go
Jesse's not that dumb to go. It's not prison. You don't go for the biggest.
Oh no. He was gonna go for the weakest. But Ayumi, out of a bit of graciousness, decides to defend Oliver.
Hey, I would not kill
duels.
Oliver. Caleb's first.
Caleb's first.
Caleb's first.
Then Tosh.
You honestly might have a better chance of killing Tosh than Caleb.
What, is Caleb gonna call the fucking Animal Kingdom on my ass? He's like the Aquaman of land.
Land man. Land lad.
So, Aqualand.
Or maybe he's like the one dude from My Hero who can talk to animals.
The guy who, unfortunately, nobody
animals or is it just insects?
All animals.
Okay.
Yeah, like voice of nature or something is his quirk. No, Anavoice. That's his name. Well, that's his quirk. His name. Anyhow.
Yeah, that'd be a really unfortunate name.
God damn it.
Yeah, well.
No, I just timed out.
Oh. Well, that's unfortunate. But it sounds like it's gonna be Jesse only, so
I mean, there's always a possibility that if Jesse doesn't wait till Oliver's actually asleep, that Oliver could actually jump in on it.
Just watches Oliver while he's sleeping.
Are you asleep yet? No, Jesse. Just checking. Why? No reason. Jesse, I can feel you breathing on me. Are you not sleeping?
You look so peaceful.
Alright, so anyhow, welcome back everybody. I know this isn't going to be a formal session, like a formal full-length session, but does somebody want to do a quick 10-second recap?
pretty much this is the last day before anything could happen. Before we execute our plan at the well. The major thing that happened was Raph wanted to talk to Ayumi, and he's like, "Hey, I'm not gonna be able to be there tomorrow for reasons, and don't let anything happen to Andy, because that would be most unfortunate." And we're all like, "He's fucking evil, isn't he?" And then we also discussed our before all that though, in the morning before class, Julie was like getting us to go to the abandoned dorm where we found this one of the a hidden machine that enabled her to talk and turn into her like human form.
Ghost human form.
Yeah,
It just
yeah,
requires some
yeah.
turning.
It requires a it's a wound up thing. And
Wind up
then
play.
we also discussed the two parties that are going to be investigating the well tomorrow. I think that's just about it
That's efficient
for
enough for
major.
me.
That was all the major stuff.
Alright, so as far as this goes, now I'm just gonna ask real quick. Saji, do you want the possibility of Oliver to be going along, or do you want to just make it truly a Jesse only? I only ask because you are actually in tabletop, so I might as well give the possibility.
Like I said, I would love to, but I don't see any real reason as to how that could happen.
I would have to like trip and like be like, "Oh, my fucking knee!"
I was going to hunt the Reaper, but not with this knee.
If the opportunity arises, Oliver would be like, "Just what the fuck you doing?"
Alright, so
That's a fair response.
Bashing my knee on the floor.
in this case, Jesse, roll an instinct. This is to see if you can pick up whenever Oliver finally falls asleep.
Stink. Okay, it's +7. Just making sure. That's a 23.
Alright, Oliver, I want you to just give me a... Because with that high of a roll... Actually... Oliver, what's your
I'd
passive...
say like perception.
What's your passive what's your passive deception? That would fall under charisma.
Your passive deception.
Okay,
Just
it's
sneaking out.
because I have a plus to that now. It'd be like a 15.
No, okay. In that case, Jesse, once Oliver starts to fall asleep, you give it a couple more minutes, and then you get up and start to head out. Anything you want to do before that?
Is it loud to crank the machine to crank the thing?
It makes a clicking sound, and it would. You get the feeling that it's got the possibility of waking him, but it's not a guarantee.
Okay, I'm not even gonna bother then. If it was silent, I would have. But
It's just like standard like clock ticking level.
yeah.
Okay.
Oh, just like that.
Yeah, it's one of those things where the fact that it's going to be a new sound introduced might have some impact, but it's
Okay.
nothing major.
Oh, then I'll just give it a crank or two.
Yeah, it's relevant. Come on, Jesse, crank that soldier boy
All
before
right.
he goes to jail.
So you go ahead and you end up cranking it up for just a couple of cranks, giving Julie some extra juice.
I assume
Oliver,
she's gonna follow.
just give me a perception disadvantage because of how quiet it is.
Jesse, roll a 4, man. I'm still loading.
Okay. Do you want me to get the mega dice? Is it most heinous?
No, it's not.
Okay, just making
You
sure.
dying's not heinous at all.
Damn. Oh shit. I don't think you're gonna get it, buddy. No, he rolled a 2.
Well, it
whatever
was it was disadvantage.
Yeah.
Even if the only thing that could have been worse than that was a
Yeah,
1.
that's how I'm like. Ooh.
I mean, that one's not worth it at all. What are you talking about?
Actually, he'd rather a nat 1 because at
I'd
least he
rather.
get a
You failed me, Jesse.
inspiration. I did.
As you do that, Oliver just seems to be out like a light. He doesn't seem to respond. He doesn't seem to shake or move. So with that, Julie ends up getting some extra juice back, and she ends up she doesn't end up going into her human form, but she does sit there, just sit on the table next to you as you're sit on the table next to
Getting
you as
prepped.
you're getting everything together. Anything else you want to do before you head out?
No.
All right. With that, you close the door behind you, and Oliver, you
Yeah.
go ahead and give me one more perception roll.
Okay, I'm loaded in this time. Back off.
Okay, that's fine.
I'm still slow now. Okay, there it is. Yeah. Like, do it. Okay, good. Everything's all normal now.
Ooh,
Where'd it
good
go?
roll.
It
It's
is
a
that.
The moment
The
that
first
Jesse opens the door, Oliver, you wake up.
turn. Like, what do I see? Do I just see him just... Is he outside or inside still?
You're going to hear it right as he's opening it, so as you wake up, you turn your head just to see him starting to walk out the door.
Mm. Yeah, see.
Just going to the bathroom.
Oh. Alright. Turn back.
Just walk out.
Wait, Julie about there, man.
I don't. Julie just follows me everywhere.
All right, so with
Oh
that,
God, now I'm in the girls' room.
Jesse, what the heck are you doing in my room?
Hunting the Reaper.
Oh, I'm coming with.
I know he's in here.
What?
That's not the bathroom.
Wait a minute.
All right.
Naughty.
So as you go out, I kind of wish I had a nighttime version of this. As you step outside, the air is still and quiet. You hear the sound of leaves rustling around you, but otherwise, it seems like a nice, normal night. Tell me what you want to do.
Well, so based on what I know, head to the woods. Head into the woods. So that's what I'm gonna do.
In any specific direction?
Like towards the main building, like
All
this
right.
area where my cursor
Yeah.
is. Okay.
All right. So, as you start making your way, you follow the path for a little bit, but you start going towards into the woods themselves once you get a good chunk of space. So, right here you said?
Yeah, that area.
As you're looking around, everything seems to be just unusually calm. You're used to there being not many people walking around during the day since this is around the Slifer area anyways. But even still, it doesn't feel like it's supposed to be quite this quiet. You'd expect to hear insects churring, you expect to hear a few birds tweeting every now and then. You expect to see lightning flies or something, but it's all still. Almost as if the air itself is just there with nothing in it. You take a look around, and as you look up, the sky is full of stars. In fact, it seems to be breathtaking. The best view that you've actually seen since you've been on the island. But as you're looking around, you don't really see anything of note.
Do I hear anything of note?
Aside from the leaves crunching under your footsteps, everything seems to be blank, as if nothing in the world exists right now except for you and Julie.
Just look over to Julie. Did you hear? Did you feel or hear anything?
Hmm. I'm gonna see if she comes up with something.
By
She
the
just
way,
shakes. Yes?
go ahead. No, this is just something. Talk says, Jesse, got some advice for you. Don't die.
You know what? Sound advice. I'll take it.
No, he's not.
Come on, you gotta listen to Talk. Talk's a code breaker.
I really should.
As you take your walk around, Julie's just keeping her ears out, but she shakes her head when you ask. At first, it feels as if everything is calm. In fact, if you didn't know any better, if you weren't looking for the contrary, you'd find it hard to believe that there was anything going on in the first place. In fact, roll me wisdom.
You're convinced there is no Duel Reaper at all. The Duel Reaper was just the monster inside of everybody. That's an 11.
Jesse, you start to feel yourself getting tired. A feeling of exhaustion slowly starting to creep over you. However, as you feel that, I want you to roll me a perception.
Oh, God damn it! Oh, God damn it!
Inspiration point! Yay!
However, as you do that, you
What?
notice, however, as you notice that you're starting to feel tired, you'll end up losing your path and start walking into the woods. Deeper into the woods, I should say.
Yeah, I figured that's what you meant.
As you keep going deeper and deeper, you feel as though your eyes are getting heavier and heavier. Suddenly, you hear Julie call out. You don't really hear what she says, before suddenly you suddenly see her standing in front of you, just blocking your path.
What's up?
For some reason, you see her lips moving, but you're not hearing her talking.
Just gonna like cone my ear towards you, like the signal I can't hear you.
After a moment, just give me one more perception.
Ah, it's an 11. God damn it! I'm gonna die.
Nope,
Huh.
that was meeting the minimum for it.
Woohoo!
Suddenly, as if pulled back to your senses, you can hear everything. Hear everything she's saying. What are you doing? Why are you just walking around like that? Sorry, I'm starting to sound like that one between Andy and other characters. What are you doing? Why are you just walking around? As you
I
hear her
don't
say that,
know.
you see right in front of you a downward slope that you hadn't noticed before.
Like, how
Literally,
steep?
pretty steep. Not like it'd be something that would be necessarily a danger, but like for somebody who's paying attention. But had you just kept walking onward, you feel like that you could have at the very least gotten yourself hurt.
Yeah. Okay. I assume there's no way I can tell what's at the bottom of the incline.
Unfortunately, you can't. In fact, as soon as you start looking down, the first thing you see is just a bunch of swirling shadows. They almost look tangible, palpable, like you could actually reach down and scoop them out. In fact, you feel like you've seen something like that before. Do I need to specify, or do you
Please
think
do.
it almost reminds you of the way that the shadows were back when you were going to try and find Andy before getting dragged into the whole Shadal mess?
Oh.
But while it looks similar to the swirling mass that you had ended up getting trapped in for a brief while, it feels different in that it seems like there's nothing there aside from just the shadows and shadows alone. Whereas before, you at least could get the feeling that there was something like that was out to attack.
Hmm.
You don't get any kind of sense of something being there.
And like, would the slope going up be much of a challenge to climb? Like, if I were to go, say I were to go down, if I needed to go back up, would it be like hard to climb?
It'd be a bit of a challenge, but it's not something that you wouldn't be able to do. You just
Okay.
think that you might struggle a little bit.
Yeah.
If Ayumi was there, you know that at the very least she'd be able to basically just pull you up on her own, but you might need to find an alternate route if you can't get up on your own.
Hmm. Well, gonna make a mental note of that incline and look, investigate the area around it.
Okay, roll me investigate.
God damn it, that's a 3.
Okay. As far as that goes, just roll me a wisdom.
Alright. Come on. Give me a nat 20. What the hell? That's a 10. Okay, so 15.
All right. I need to check something for her. Nope. All right. So as far as that's concerned, so 15 on your wisdom. As you're looking around, you start to notice that things don't quite seem like they match up to what you remember from when you would be walking around the forest. Normally everything would be sort of, they say that the forest would look different at night, but this looks like it's a completely different place. The leaves seem wrong. There are trees that are around you that seem dead and withered. Not necessarily something unusual on its own,
Hmm.
but you'd like to think that you, Oliver, and Ayumi, alongside Andy, have been around enough of this island to have an idea of what should be here and what shouldn't. And this definitely feels like somewhere in between the two. Both that, yeah, it looks like it could fit, but it doesn't strike you as though it should fit.
It doesn't match with the rest.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And was I able to find like another way down that might have been easier?
Unfortunately, you weren't able to find a easier route down, but at the same time, every time that you kept looking for something, it almost seemed like the path itself made a circle around you, like the downward slope.
Well, looks like there's only one way but death, so gonna make my way down the slope. It just keeps taking me back here.
All right. As you start to climb down, Julie changes back into her cat form and leaps from
Smart.
ledge to ledge, helping you along the way. For this, I want you to roll me strength, wisdom,
Fuck.
and dexterity in that order, but with wisdom, roll with advantage since Julie is helping you out.
Strength. Just strength, nothing.
Yep, just strength.
Okay. That's only -3. That's not the worst. So that's an 8. 18.
Don't forget this
You
is
said
with
wisdom with
advantage.
advantage?
Yep. And then
Okay, so 8, 18, 19.
as far as the if you feel like that if you had to actually rely on the rocks and your grip in order to make the way down, you probably would have fallen, and you're not sure how far that drop would be. But fortunately, with Julie helping you out along the way, you find some of the easier spots to get a grip on, and that gets you down without too much issue. But right as you start nearing a point where you can't see the top and you still can't see the bottom, a couple of those easy grips break from underneath you. Fortunately, you're able to keep yourself stable. Just because the grips broke, you still had a good foothold. You just had to get a different hold on the environment around you. But that way back up, you're gonna have to find a different way in regards to that, anyways.
Fuck. Okay.
But after a while, you start climbing down and down, and it's a few minutes before you get to the point where you're tired and have to take a break. Fortunately, there's a decent ledge that you're able to sit down on if needed. In fact, it's actually a pretty solid ledge, almost like a little cliff of its own. Just enough space where you can sit down, even maybe like almost lay down a little bit. And while your feet would still be hanging off the edge, you have just a little bit of space to be able to relax. Do you want to take this opportunity to rest up before going down further?
Yeah, let's do that.
All right. As you do, I want you to roll me perception.
22.
As you look around, you look up, you look down, you can't even see the sky. The shadows seem to be almost creating a blockade in both directions. You can't see far out ahead of you. Shadows, again, seem to be blocking that off as well. But as you're taking a look, you notice that there's not even the sound of leaves being rustled by the wind. You don't feel any wind blowing against you. And from the rocks that had ended up crumbling just shortly before, you feel like you should have at some point heard them like clatter against more rocks near the bottom or plop into water. But you haven't heard anything yet. In a way, it almost feels to you as if the entire area that you're climbing down into is endless in both directions.
I'm in danger.
Julie just sits down, just in cat form, and just basically lays down, just on your lap, just seeming to be curled up and tired.
I'd give it a bit, but then I'd keep going down.
Okay. As you start going down, you notice that you hear the sound of almost a clanking sound. Ting, 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 softly emanating from somewhere off in the shadowy distance. You honestly couldn't tell where it's coming from, but for as soft as it is, it does seem to get a little bit louder the deeper and deeper down you go. Give me one more roll of strength and dexterity.
That's a 10 for strength
And I'm rolling.
and an 11 for dex.
As you're going down, your footing starts to slip. The cracks are getting smaller and smaller. Even Julie starts having trouble keeping her own footing. She's not able to really be much of a guide from that point onward. And if it wasn't for you being there, she almost would have slipped herself more than a couple of times, forcing her to go from cat form into human form to actually get a physical handhold. And at one of those times, you had to actually grab her by the wrist. Fortunately, it wasn't enough that you would have been dragged down, but you get the feeling that if things don't end up improving, you might end up being stuck down there with no way back up, either by choice or by falling. But as you start getting closer, you hear the sound going further off. Ting, ting, ting. Everything just seems to be still and silent. For a brief moment, you feel your head start to get hazy and heavy once again. Roll me wisdom real quick.
23.
For a moment, you think you see Kyla in front of you, Millennium Necklace and all. You just hear her asking why you're doing this instead of resting up. But almost immediately, you manage to push it aside and regain your composure. For the brief second once you come back, you see what looks like a gold light glowing before suddenly it's disappeared as well. The golden light just shining straight on the rock face in front of you.
If I feel around, do I feel anything that's like not rock?
The rock itself still feels solid.
But like there's nothing that I feel like jutting out or anything?
It feels pretty much like right where you're at. You're basically on your tiptoes and you've got your like fingertips. Basically the expert wall for a wall climb.
Mm-hmm.
You're basically in that point right now. Literally hanging on to like crevices inside the wall instead of the little pieces that jut off.
Mm-hmm.
Jesse, I think we should probably start going back up.
I don't know if we can get back up.
With that, she just looks uncertain. Do you want me to try and climb further down, see how much further there is to go?
You're tired, I can check.
She looks like she wants to fight you on it, but she'll just nod as you start to go down. just as a reminder, she's basically wearing a Cypher uniform, so Jesse would know one of two things. Either be a gentleman and don't look up, or know that she might not be exactly the most thrilled if you do.
Mm-hmm.
So with that, this is just one last strength or dexterity, whichever's higher. I think it's dexterity.
Oh, yes, it is dexterity. Oh, it's a nat 20!
So it doesn't matter what it is. As you start to go down, you get to the point where you're struggling to really find good spots, but when you do find them, you manage to position yourself so that you're as close to the wall as possible, and you're able to make the reaches from spot to spot. After a few minutes, you start hearing the sound. You start hearing the sound of that ting stop for a brief moment. It's enough to end up surprising you before you start hearing the sound of metal scraping against rock. After a moment of listening, you hear it is definitely going away from you. But you're not too far away from at least the source when it comes down to, from what you can tell, you're probably not too far from the bottom, though you can't see it.
Mm-hmm.
What are you going to do? Keep going all the way till you get to the bottom, try to call up to Julie.
I'd call out to Julie and pretty much just tell her, I'm gonna keep going. I'm almost at the bottom.
She doesn't respond.
Oh, ain't that just the Dickens? Oh. Well, just gonna keep climbing down then. Hopefully she just, fell asleep. Or made it down already. Or
All
made
right.
it up.
So, in this case, give me a wisdom. Actually, make it instinct.
Ooh, I might use a Hellspiration. That's a 10. Mm. 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 What am I at? I have 3. Fuck it, I'll use a Hellspiration. I feel like this is important. Oh my fucking god!
What a waste of
I-
inspiration.
I hate this.
As you start climbing down, you notice your feet end up touching against a solid ledge. As you do, you take a look around and you see that you've still got a ways to go down, but you're somehow back on that cliff face.
Which cliff? The cliff face from like.
The one that you took a break on.
Oh boy.
You remember that
I-
you left Julie a little bit, like about halfway between, like
Uh-huh.
almost what you would guess would be like halfway between where you're at now and where the ground should be.
Uh-huh.
So you're not sure how you got all the way back up there.
I'm stuck in limbo. Huh.
Welcome to Purgatory, Jesse.
Right?
Send Ayumi a DM, she'll help.
I'm in fucking hell. I'm in fucking purgatory. I don't think there's cell service.
You'd be surprised. The devil
Look.
has excellent Wi-Fi.
Look, as long as there's a good portal near one of the phone towers, why not? All you need is for the signal to get from your phone through the portal to the cell tower to the person you're trying to get it to and back.
Yeah, that's it.
Simple.
You know what? Since she didn't respond to me, I'm gonna climb down to where I left her at and see if she's there.
All right. As you start to climb down,
Oh, I
nope,
don't need
no
to
roll
roll.
needed.
Oh, okay, that's fine.
The reason why you don't need a roll is because I'm giving you some bonus from that nat 20. As you make your way down, you get to a point where you end up hearing her yelling back at you, "How did you get all the way up there?"
Oh, thank God.
Jesse, are you okay?
Yeah, you didn't respond when I called that to you earlier. I don't know how I got up there, but
She just looks at you. I never heard you yell.
Looks like we need to stick together then.
That.
Because
Oh, go on.
it seems the further away we get, this place, we just lose contact with each other.
She'll nod. So, the two of you start making your way back down, or do you want to try and go back up?
You know, I have dual spirits. One of them's light, and one of them's shadow mist. I'm gonna try to take them out and see if they can do anything here.
All right.
Just gonna take out Shadow Mist and Neosalius.
Well, as you're sorting through your cards, trying to find Shadow Mist, because Jesse only knows that Neosalius definitely feels like it feels similar to one of the cards that would be a dual spirit. He's not entirely certain. You do pass by Neosalius, who you on the way to Shadow Mist, who immediately jumps out of his card. 1 second.
And guess what? He can't talk either.
No, but instead of just not making noise, he goes, Take
What am I
off
do?
the mask!
It's like that wing. It's like Wing Karibo in the bridge.
Second, my computer was trying to chug along.
It's okay.
So if you summon him again, does he get swole? Or more swole? Given his Gemini quote-unquote effect.
Stronger than he's been before. And for all Oliver knows, I'm stuck in bathroom purgatory.
Yeah, just taking the biggest shit of your life.
It's like 3 a.m. Damn, Jesse went to the bathroom at 10.
Jesse is officially the first person to actually fall in.
Jesse. Oh, hey there. Not what I expected, but okay.
Hello?
Everything okay?
Hello?
Is
I didn't realize that I was on mute.
Okay, hold on
okay.
here.
That's what it was. I thought like nothing was happening, so I thought well, it
Let me
must be.
double check because you
Oh.
sound like kind of shit in
Okay.
Discord. Let me try. Yeah, you don't sound great on stream.
Okay, how do I sound now?
Better.
All right.
Cole's gone because couldn't hear you.
Yeah, you sound better on stream.
Hello?
I think everyone's
Okay.
good now.
Can you hear me now, Cole?
I can hear you. I couldn't hear any of you before, so.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
I
what I
think there
thought.
was a hiccup.
Okay, so anyhow, Jesse, as you end up looking through your cards, Neosalius pops out, and he has to end up grabbing for a handhold and a foothold as well.
Oh, I didn't expect to see you here, Alias.
He just looks at you with what you can only guess to be concern. Either that or he's asking what the frick you're doing. You're not quite sure which. But you see that there is a very faint light glowing off of his forehead, off his eyes, and off the gem on his chest.
I'm investigating something. Is it possible you can make those lights on that you have brighter?
He shakes his head.
You could do that and look down. That would be great. Help me
Oh,
climb
shakes,
down.
not nods.
Hmm.
He's going no.
Oh no! Damn it! How strong is his light giving off?
It's a low light.
Like, if say he were to lead,
If he were to lead,
could he see stuff?
he'd be able to. Basically, he's giving off just enough light that it's about 5 feet in any direction.
Oh, okay, that's more light than I thought.
So his light from where he comes out reaches just a little bit past you, but not quite to Julie.
So if he were to lead, and we just follow his footsteps, that would work.
Very well, possibly.
Let's try that then. I just relay that to him so I don't have to say it twice.
All right. He nods, starts to give a salute, but as soon as he lets go of that handhold, he immediately has to end up putting it right back onto the wall, and just starts climbing down instead. As you guys start going down further and further, you see Neosalius seems to be going along a similar path as what you had taken when you went down the first time.
Mm-hmm.
And as it starts to happen, eventually you get back to the point where you think that you had ended up calling up to Julie.
Okay.
That's for her.
She's not rolling good.
Well, one was for her and one was for Neosalius.
Oh,
As you get down to that point, can you roll me a dexterity for yourself?
yes, I can. $19.
Not that this is going to be a hard choice for you to make, but pick one.
I think I'll keep Julie.
As you guys get to that point, you start to remember how everything was right about here. And no sooner than you manage to do that, you realize that these are not good footholds. You reach out and grab Julie, quickly wrapping your hand around her waist and pulling her close. Neosalius starts to have his little hold slip out from him, and he immediately disappears. However, as he ends up disappearing, for just a brief moment, that light shines down far enough that you see what looks like ground.
Thanks, Alias. We're almost there, Julie. realizing he has her this close around her waist. She can't see it, but he is red.
She'll just nod. And for at least now, she's going to just hold on to, like, not really your sleeve, but like just like the bottom part of your shirt, like whatever you're wearing. I'm assuming probably not quite your uniform, but something a little bit more relaxed and fit for this. Yeah.
Yeah.
She's holding on to like your shirt for pretty much the remainder of the climb down. So go ahead and take Neocelius and put him on your desk.
You're going in the bag with all the other spirits, my friend.
He's dead now, but
Hey, he was a good noodle.
He was a good boy. He served his purpose.
He did.
Jesse, you do still hear that. You hear that faint scratching sound of metal against the rock, but it sounds a lot further away than it did earlier.
Mhm.
As the two of you start to step down on the onto the actual the flatness of the earth, Julie ends up looking at you and just nods once before poof, and she is right against you right now, just like she is like right next to your leg.
Mm-hmm.
As far as the area around you goes, you can only see about 15 feet in any direction, and it's really hazy. However, thanks to the fact that Neocelius had ended up showing you the way down, you are able to at least remember that it looks like it's dry, craggy earth for pretty much the entire area. If there is grass, it's outside of the range that he showed and that you're able to see now.
Now, forgive me for being dumb, but what does craggy mean?
Broken, rough, and bumpy.
Okay. If it's misty, either way, this might just be a good idea. I'm gonna call out Shadow Mist.
All right. Go ahead and bring Shadow Mist to the field. As you bring Shadow Mist out, Shadow Mist appears just kneeling in front of you.
Now, I know just because it's in your name, it might not be the case, but can you do anything about the mist here?
Shadow Mist stands up and just tries to walk in any direction towards it, but as Shadow Mist tries, you see the mist start to envelop it, and she just walks right back to you. After a few attempts of trying this, she shakes her head.
Well, either way, it might be good for you to walk with us for a while.
She nods.
I'm just gonna walk through the mist.
As in any particular direction towards where the sounds that you hear.
Towards the sounds that I hear.
Okay. I was about to say, towards the sounds that you hear along the wall, somewhere in the middle.
Probably walk towards the sounds at first.
All right. As you do, after a little while, you start to hear the sounds of what almost seems like dry leaves crunching underneath your feet, as if it was autumn instead of spring. You look around, and all around you are nothing but dead, barren trees.
Has the mist lighten up at all?
Nope.
Is there a pathway or anything indicated on the ground?
As far as you can tell, it all seems to be just the same environment. There seems to be no road, there seems to be no path. It's just leaves on dead grass, essentially.
Have the sounds been getting louder the way I've been walking?
They seem to be about the same. If you were to guess, you'd say that you might be getting a little bit closer, but whatever it is seems to be going in the same direction you're going.
I'll just keep walking that way then.
As you do so, Shadow Mist ends up putting a hand on your shoulder, and you feel it. Just like back when the machine was on, you physically feel Shadow Mist.
Mm-hmm.
Shadow Mist will point to herself, then point to the shadows ahead.
Do you want to go ahead and check it out first?
She nods.
All right, I'll wait here.
With that, she dashes off, her body changing into shadows of her own that just fuse into the mist. After a few minutes, nothing seems to happen. You start to get concerned that she might have gotten lost or something. Before next thing you know, she's running up from behind you.
Was there anything wrong? Anything unusual other than that the fact you just came behind us?
She starts looking around confused. And otherwise she shakes her head no.
Well, if you kept walking that way and you came back here, he's gonna turn to the right and be like, and think maybe we should walk this way instead.
Shadow Mist nods and starts taking the lead in that direction. In that case, I want you to roll me perception.
Ooh, that's a good one. 25.
All right. Can you give me a wisdom?
That I can. 19.
All right. Sorry, I'm trying to drag everything back so that I can see. This mouse really does not want to cooperate.
This shit's intense.
As you're moving, you hear the sound of metals start to get further and further away. At first, that doesn't seem to bother you. But you realize something. It almost sounded as if it was just being dragged at a leisurely pace, as if someone was just walking around aimlessly. But after a few minutes of going in that direction, you start to see what look like rocks jutting out of the earth. Shadow Mist almost seems to stumble over a couple of them before regaining her footing. And all of a sudden, you stop seeing Julie next to you.
I stop?
Like you don't stop, but you stop seeing her.
Okay. Just call out to her. Julie?
After a couple moments, you hear what sounds like almost like hissing coming from somewhere off behind you.
Just gonna run that way.
As you do, you see Julie just in her dual spirit form on all fours, her back arched, her eyes red, just like almost like eyes red, cheeks puffy, as she seems to be absolutely freaked out by what's ahead of you.
What's wrong, Julie?
She roll instinct.
Don't want to have it hit her. $19.
She doesn't seem to be completely of her own wits. Whatever's going on has definitely got her freaked out. After a moment,
Oh.
you start to notice underneath her bangs, there seems to be a very, very faint golden glow creeping out from it. But because it's not anything too bright, and the fact that you've been able to see fairly decently around you anyways, it wouldn't have flipped any red flags for you. But as you start to approach, well, I assume you approach?
Yeah.
As you start to approach, she just hisses as she backs up for a moment, her back against the dead tree now.
Julie, relax. It's me.
As you get closer, she does not seem to be comfortable with you approaching further. But as you do, you start to feel the pit of your stomach just drop. You start to notice what looks like just as you're looking at the faint gold, it reminds you of what you've seen a few times before. However, you have yet to actually confirm what it is. You just see the gold glow as a gold glow.
Is it the gold glow like I saw with Kyla?
Like with Kyla, like for when the sun back at the lab had the Eye of Widget. You've
Okay,
got
so
the idea that that's what it is.
out of character, I know what it is. In character, I don't have a name for it.
Yep, but you have the
Okay.
idea that that's
Same
probably
thing.
what it is, but you haven't confirmed. You haven't actually seen it specifically. You're just seeing a slight glow from under her bangs.
Okay. Shit. Oh. This might have been a mistake. I'm gonna keep my distance because obviously she's not comfortable. Just be like, Julie, do you understand me at all?
She's just looking at you, her eyes still red, her cheeks still puffy, and she doesn't seem to be responding to you specifically speaking.
Gonna try to approach very slowly, coming off as not a threat.
Okay,
Like,
roll charisma with advantage.
10.
With advantage technically for two reasons. One, you're Jesse. Two,
14.
she likes you, so.
Yeah, 14.
Alright. As you approach, she seems to get a little bit more uncomfortable as you approach, but she doesn't make any violent acts towards you.
Shh. It's okay. I'm not gonna hurt you.
Oh, perfect
just
comparison.
wanna-
Have you seen X-Men Apocalypse?
No.
No? Okay, then never mind. I was gonna make a direct comparison to that.
I've only seen one X-Men, only one movie that's DC other than Batman, and it was the one where Wolverine died.
Fair.
So, just slowly get closer, and then just sort of pat her on the head if I'm able to. It's reassurance.
As you reach out to pat her on the head, her hand reaches out. And are you going to try and pull away? Oh, would you try to pull away? if you had the opportunity?
No.
All right. And her hand, almost paw at this point, just wraps around yours as best it can. Do you want to do you want to still try and like push for the head pat?
Yes.
As you do, you start to feel one of her claws like dig into you. But while that does that, you feel her grip start to loosen as you're patting her. For a brief moment, you see the glow on her forehead start to intensify a little bit, actually providing a legitimate light of source of its own. Before suddenly it just shatters, vaporizing into a little cloud of dust.
What the heck?
As soon as you say that, she looks around, changes into her human form, and just grabs onto you and just places her head on your chest, weeping.
I'll hug and comfort her. You're okay now.
After a moment, Shadow Mist shows up right behind you and holds one of the rocks up for you.
I'll look at it.
As you look at it, you see
It's a rock, a shiny one at that.
you see Raina Matthews, 19XX to 20XX.
Raina Matthews. Does the name ring any bells?
She nods. For you? You recognize
For
the name
me.
Raina.
Raina Matthews. Wait a minute. Are we in a graveyard?
Shadow Mist nods as if coming to that same conclusion.
Well, I guess I'm in the right place. Better for worse.
After a little bit, Julie stands up and just wipes the tears from her eyes.
I'm just gonna give her another hug and just whisper to her, I'm sorry for letting you come with me down here.
She shakes her head as you say so, but doesn't say a word.
Just gonna look over to Shadow Mist. You found more of those the way we were going to, I assume?
Shadow Mist nods.
Hmm. I guess just keep walking that way.
Quick reminder. Would
Uh-huh.
you have said Julie's name at any point during while Shadow Mist is out? I can't remember.
Yes.
Okay, I couldn't remember if you did or not. Shadow Mist will point to her and shake her head.
What do you mean? She shouldn't come?
Shadow Mist will nod.
Can you do me a favor, Shadow Mist?
Shadow Mist will
Keep her.
nod.
Stay with her.
Shadow Mist nods and stands next to Julie.
Just look over to both of them. I'll be right back. And just walk off.
All right. As you walk off, you find yourself standing in the middle of the graveyard. It's a small one. It's nothing major. It's nothing huge or grandiose. Most of the rocks seem to be pretty small. In fact, as you look at them, you get the feeling that they're all supposed to be headstones, but not many of them are. They're all heavier than you'd be able to pick up yourself.
Mm-hmm.
But you get the feeling that Ayumi could probably move these things around without much issue. You feel like she'd probably still struggle with a couple of them, but no matter what, it wouldn't be that much of a burden for her if she had to. And as you start counting, you notice that, like including the one that Shadow Mist held, there seem to be 18 of them here.
Do any of them have any names that stick out to me?
The names themselves don't seem to really ring a bell. The only one that really caught your attention was Reina. Just for me as the DM, do you, Cole, remember who Reina is?
99% sure it was the dead girl at the lab that we met.
At the abandoned dorm, but yeah.
Yeah, that's what I meant.
Just wanted to be specific so I didn't confirm for the wrong thing in case you were meaning the lab.
No.
But
I knew, but I wasn't sure. But Jesse would struggle at first to remember.
But as you look around, you see 18 of them. And you distinctly remember hearing that there should have been 20 students. Well, 18 in front of you, 19 including the one that Shadow Mist has. Well, had. She would have set it down after a moment.
19. I didn't see one for Julie. Is there anything else significant around the area, or is it just the rocks with the names on them?
As far as the area around you goes, you see that the area around it, there looks like there's dead flowers laid at each of the spots. You get the feeling that a thing of flowers that's unaccompanied by a stone might be where Shadow Mist ended up picking up the stone that she showed you.
Mm-hmm.
But otherwise, there's not really anything there.
And I haven't heard any of the scraping metal.
It sounds very, very, very far off, almost like it did when you were first on your way down.
Mm-hmm. I'll walk back towards Shadow Mist and Julie, if I'm able to.
All right, I want you to roll me wisdom.
11.
11. As you start walking around, you find yourself in the forest. But as you look at the dead trees, they look unfamiliar. For a while, you just seem to be going in a direction and you feel like you should have gotten back to them. You didn't think you were that far away. But suddenly you start hearing the sound of tink, tink, tink. Still sounds far off, but before it was just a sound. The fact that it's shifted back to a tinging sound definitely catches your attention.
Am I walking towards the sound, away from the sound?
You seem to still be going lateral to it. It doesn't seem to be getting closer. It doesn't seem to be getting farther away. At least not right now. Do you want
Well,
to go towards
thinking-
it, or do you want to go away from it, or do you want to just keep going the way you are, or go back the way you came?
Well, considering that I'm under whatever this thing is and I'm lost, may as well go towards the sound.
As you do, you start to hear the sound of someone crying. You're not sure who it is, but you get the feeling that whatever is going on, it's probably not something that you want to end up sticking around and seeing, but at the same time, you feel like if you don't step in, something might happen.
Well, either way, I was gonna step in. So I guess keep going towards it.
All right. As you start going towards that sound, you hear trippily enough, like trippily, like as if you're on a bad trip,
Uh-huh.
the sound of the metal tinging changed immediately back into the sound of metal scraping. Next thing you see, you step out from right past a dead tree, and you see Shadow Mist picking up a stone and walking it over to you and Julie. Or at the very least, someone who looks like you.
What the? I'm just gonna observe from afar for a second to see what happens next.
After Shadow Mist shows the stone to Julie and what looks like you, you just hold on to Julie for a moment until she regains her composure, and then you see Shadow Mist point to her, shake her head. You end up acknowledging and go towards the cemetery alone.
Okay. Then I'm just gonna walk back over to them.
As you do, Julia just looks at you. Back already? You just left.
This place, it plays tricks on your mind and that or it messes with time. Because I just saw me leave.
Shadow Mist looks to you, looks in that direction, and then bolts in that direction, only to appear behind you a second later.
I wonder if that's like some sort of like dead end. Do I hear the metal?
You still hear it tinging again. Like you
Is
hear
it
it going
is
back
it
to
towards the graveyard?
it is going in the direction that it was when you had ended up walking out from behind the trees. If you were to take a look at the position, it almost seems as if you had ended up doubling back from the direction that you were going towards it, as if you started walking away suddenly. Quite simply, look at it as here. I'm borrowing the well map just for the sake of simplicity.
Mm-hmm.
If we take a look at the volcano route as being the direction the sound was coming from, you came from in between gem and water. Like that's you were going in the this graveyard is in the direction of gem and water, that middle ground area. Once you started heading back, you started getting that's when you got lost and you started heading towards volcano direction again.
Mm-hmm.
when you came out from behind the tree and it was behind you, it was as if your back was towards the volcano route.
In that case, I'll turn back around and be like, okay, let's stick together now. Come and let's go this way.
All right. As you start to move forward, Julie looks at both of you and picks up the rock that Shadow Mist had dropped. Before we go, can we return this? She
Oh.
seems to be struggling holding it.
Yeah. No, that's the right thing to do. Is something wrong?
She nods her head.
Do you recognize the name?
She nods. However, this time you notice that there's some tears starting to come back out from her eyes.
And that's when it clicks. Wait, she's from the dorm.
She nods.
So the ones over there were... Oh god. Why are they down here?
Julie just looks in that direction, and then looks back to you. One of the times when the machine was on, I don't know how long ago this was. In fact, I don't really remember for how long it was on. But it was the first time that it had happened. I'd seen what had happened to everyone. I realized what I did. And I thought that that they had died and that I somehow was the only one who survived. So, a little ways out from the abandoned dorm, I set up a small graveyard for them. But no sooner than when I had laid the stones out and set some flowers for them, everything just went black again. And the day had ended up restarting, and we were all back at the dorm. For a moment, they were walking around just like normal. I thought maybe it was a bad dream. It wasn't until a few loops in that I realized what was going on.
Well, for better or worse, all the what you made for them is still there. Flowers and all. So I guess it didn't entirely go to waste.
With that, she just nods. After a moment, Shadow Mist, seeing that Julie is struggling to still hold that stone, ends up taking it from her and leads the way back. As you guys get there, Shadow Mist places the stone back down where she had picked it up. And for a moment, you hear nothing around you, as though the sound of the metal against the ground had completely stopped. No ting, 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 and no shh. Just silence. After a little bit of time, you hear what sounds like almost as if a dual disc had started up. before the sound returns. The sound of metal scraping very, very swiftly against the ground. And an audible shing resonating through the air.
Is
I
it?
want you to roll me perception.
That's what I was gonna ask. Oh, nat 20.
You hear the sound of someone gasping out. You couldn't hear any words. It was as if no words had been spoken. Everything
I'm just.
went by way too quickly, but you hear the sound of someone gasping out for air before clunk. Something drops like a heavy weight to the earth.
I'm just gonna look to both of them and say, "You hear that?"
I'm gonna have to roll for both of them. Okay, so she doesn't, but what about her? Shadow Mist shakes her head, but Julie nods, getting closer to you as she does.
Here. We gotta go over that way. Could be someone in trouble.
She nods, but as she does, she refuses to let go of you.
That's fine.
As you start moving in the direction of the sound, you hear Shadow Mist start to take the lead ahead, before suddenly Shadow Mist disappears into the darkness.
I'm just gonna stop and then turn around to see if she emerges from behind us.
Nope. You wait for a couple minutes. You do not see her.
Something's wrong then. We gotta keep going.
Julie nods, and the two of you keep moving forward. As you do, you see what looks like. You feel like you should know who this is, but for some reason, your mind's getting hazy. It's not putting pieces together. Roll me wisdom.
Come on. I need a good wisdom roll. I don't want to use a health. I'm not using Hellspiration. Okay, whew, that's a 21.
As you take a look, the pieces start to fit a little bit more and a little bit more together. As you see, where is she?
Oh, thank God it's not Archie.
Right, I need to look in the NPC bag, don't I? That kind of makes sense.
No, Nick.
It's a she, not a he.
I know. Sachi just dragged Nick over, so. Oh, that's unfortunate for Ayumi then if it's Jennifer.
It wasn't Jennifer, and why
I
did the
know.
police go down?
I know, I'm just.
The bag somehow reclaimed her.
The hell? Wait,
Remember, she was the original face claim of. She was the face claim that was going to go for the one that
for,
you guys were tormenting.
yeah, the one we were making fun of. Okay. I just had to. Wait.
As you get there, you see what looks like a giant X just straight across her.
I'm gonna try to shake her awake. Because I don't remember her name either.
As you try, you can't wake her. as you're there, and like the X is just like cut straight into like through the clothes. Doesn't seem to be any blood, but it almost looks like from the bit of like skin that would show like through the holes in the shirt,
Mhm.
as if there's a scar going across it.
Why are you down here too? Well, I'm gonna try to carry her. I'm a fireman style.
All right,
So I can't
go ahead
just
and give me a carry.
Oh shit! What's my carry stat? Oh, carry. So it's only a -1. Nice. From the edge.
You're looking to be at 12. No, sorry,
12.
11.
11. Okay, let's come on. No! God damn it!
As you try, you're fumbling because you're trying to make sure that like you don't end up seeing anything through her sliced open shirt, and it just gets to the point where you're not sure how to balance chivalry with helping. That for a moment you just wait and take a look at the area around you. You hear the sound of tinging off in the background once more. Roll me a
Is it?
perception.
Oh, that's what I was gonna ask. I should just wait. 25.
It seems to be a little bit of a distance away, but it's not anywhere near as far as it was before. But that's not what catches your attention the most.
Mm-hmm.
You see all around her a bunch of cards sliced in half.
Well, I'll be damned. He does exist. All right. This time I'm gonna try to carry her again and just be like, screw chivalry.
All right, give me one more carry.
Come on, please. You're tiny. You're tiny grill. God damn it!
Is that double nat one basically on this? What?
What the hell?
Oh, I will allow you to use a hindsight Hellspiration.
Okay. I don't know, because then I only have one Hellspiration.
Bet you're wishing I came along now, huh, bitch?
No! Okay, if I wasn't rolling that once. God damn it. You know what, fuck it. I'm using a hindsight of Hellspiration. Cause like, god damn it. I'm still not gonna get past the check. I
The
know.
third
But...
nat one.
Okay, I thought if I did I was gonna lose it. That's a 17 this time.
As you do, you end up taking a moment and you close your eyes this way. Okay, it doesn't matter if if I would see something, my eyes are closed. There's no way I can.
Mm-hmm.
You pick her up and just basically toss her over your shoulders in order to carry her from place to place. Because you did say fireman carry, unless you meant like the almost like piggyback style.
No, I meant over the shoulder.
Okay, that's what I thought. I wanted to be sure. Just so you know, whenever you're doing anything strength or dexterity related, you are going to end up having a disadvantage on it, since you're kind of indisposed and you're not exactly buff enough to ignore that.
Yeah, kind of carrying someone.
Mm-hmm.
Well, now that I have her, I'm gonna go towards the metal sound.
All right.
Continue.
As you move towards the metal sound, you feel for a moment as if you're starting to get drained. After a moment, you see shadow mist appear in front of you once more, or rather, come out from the mist in that you've approached close enough that the darkness around you hasn't continued to swallow her up.
Mm-hmm.
and she's just on the ground kneeling.
Are you hurt?
Shadow Mist will try to shake her head, but
You must be exhausted.
Shadow Mist will shake her head.
Did you see anything?
Shadow Mist will start to nod, stop halfway, and then shake her head. But as she shakes her head, you're not sure if she's trying to say yes she did, or she didn't, or she doesn't know.
Well, I assume she came from where the metal sound's coming from.
Yes, she appeared on the path, path used loosely here,
Mhm.
as you start approaching towards the metal sound.
Okay, well, I'm gonna keep going that way. But if I notice Shadow Mist is like lagging behind her, seems like exhausted, I'm gonna call her back.
All right. In that case, Shadow Mist will end up lagging behind a little bit. Not to a point where it's significant, but it will be noticeable.
Mm-hmm. Here. You've done enough. I'm just gonna call back Shadow Mist. Thank you.
All right. With that, Shadow Mist disappears, but as she does, you suddenly feel yourself drained even more. I want you to roll me Constitution.
Fuck. My con, it's -4. Yep. Okay, an 11. It's not terrible.
11.
Yep.
Oh, and just a reminder. Oh wait, that's only for Strength and Dex. You're good. So 11. That will end up being. You feel what seems to be as if your strength has dropped not to the point where you're going to end up actually being in danger of dropping her, but enough that it feels as if you just hit a wall.
Mm-hmm.
Perhaps it might have been a little bit easier had you left Shadow Mist out, but with how Shadow Mist was, it was probably for her better that you did that.
Yeah.
However, Julie will will stay as close as possible to you.
Mm-hmm.
As you start getting closer, you think you hear somebody's voice off in the distance. But before you can end up responding, you hear the sound of the metal just stop altogether once more. After a minute, you hear what sounds like ting, ting, ting come off from behind you.
Just gonna turn around.
Ting, ting, ting. Again, off from behind you.
Turn around again.
Ting, ting, ting. This time it's coming from off to the left. And then
Oh,
do what you're going to do.
I was gonna face to the left.
Ting, ting, ting. From your perspective, now again behind you. What would have been going, had you still been like facing forward, would have been your right.
Mm-hmm. I'm gonna look up.
As you look up, you see just nothing but swirling shadows.
Okay, well, he's not above me.
For a moment, the world around you goes still. The shadows don't seem to be swirling at all. The air starts to feel as though there's no wind. As you take a look at everything, it seems as if nothing could be more calm. What do you want to do? There is no sound. There is no movement. There is no wind. There is nothing. Even the shadows seem to have stopped being a swirling mass. They still exist, but they're about as solid as any wall.
He's gonna break the silence and just call out, "Hey!"
As you do, you hear your voice for just a brief moment, but it cuts out once. It cuts out as soon as it starts.
Mm-hmm.
For as you're thinking back on it, it almost sounded as short and brief as that voice you heard a little while ago.
Mm.
Julie just clings to you tight. You feel her physically shaking next to you. In fact, you don't feel yourself being entirely sturdy personally, but you're sturdier, at least in comparison.
Mm-hmm.
After a
Everything's
moment,
gonna be good.
as you say that, she looks at you, smiles weakly, but that smile washes away as soon as you hear just softly off in the distance. The sound of metal scraping against rock once more.
Why don't you come on out?
You hear no response.
I know you're there.
Roll me a perception.
22.
As you're listening, the sound seems distant enough, but after a moment, you realize, wait, that sound is coming from every direction. The sound starts, at first it was a slow pace, just like earlier, but as beat by beat, you start hearing the pace pick up, pick up, pick up. After a moment, the sound of metal scraping against rock starts to approach louder and louder, swirling around the three of you like an endless cacophony. Still, you don't see anybody.
I'm gonna just attempt to walk in the direction I'm facing slowly,
As you
cautiously.
do, the sounds still sound as far away and still as distant as before.
Just gonna keep walking.
As you do, you see off in the distance what looks like a few forms. You can't really make out the details, though, as they're still just off within the shadows. After a moment, Julie seems to have lost her grip and is no longer against you.
Gonna look over at her, see if she's okay.
You don't see her.
Gonna call out for her again.
You hear no reply.
Shit.
You still hear the sound of the metal against earth.
I'm gonna walk back the way we came from to try to look for her.
As you do, you find yourself suddenly going back through another forest of dead trees. After a moment, you step out back into the same area where you had walked through before. And you see laying on the ground, you see her just face down. You see yourself lying on the ground, your shirt ripped open with an X right across your chest. You see Julie looking at the body in front of her, crying pitifully. Before, after a moment, you see the last of her energy go, and she collapses, her hand on your chest, her face next to yours.
I'll rush on over.
All right, one moment.
Two Jessies. What in the world did we do to deserve this?
And that would be flip and
The thing is, you
flip.
didn't invite me.
As you get to that clearing, you see all three of them just laying there.
What in the... Just gonna go over to Julie and just try to, like, see if she's responsive.
She makes no response.
I'm gonna try to touch my body.
You do. You put your hand on your chest, and you feel the chest of the you beneath you.
Now I'm gonna touch my chest, not the one on the ground.
You still feel yourself.
What the hell? This says... But I have an X there. And Julie doesn't have an X.
She has an X as
Cross
well.
Oh. Oh.
And in typical anime style, there's just enough that it can be like you can actually see like her skin
Yeah.
actually seems to be scarred from it. Like it's enough for you to see that she is sliced in the same way as your little carried package at the moment.
Is there any way I could carry both of them?
There is not.
All right. Well, sorry, little girl.
However, roll me wisdom.
No, unnatural 20.
What is your passive strength? What's your carry modifier basically?
Minus
-1. You get the feeling that carrying her is difficult enough. You don't think you'd be able to carry Julie. And seeing as she seems to be stuck in human form, not even in cat form,
Mm-hmm.
that doesn't seem to change.
Yeah.
In fact, you're almost certain that if you put her down, you're not going to be able to get her back up or Julie.
Okay. Well then, that's yeah. He would come to that realization. Then he'd think to himself, well, if I'm here and if there's two of us here and there's an X on all of our chests, this could just be an illusion. This could be something that because this place is weird. Because why would there be two of us?
You take a look at him, and as you do, you also see on him in the same spot as on your arm where Julie had grabbed and ended up digging her claws into. There does seem to be a faint mark. At the time, it wasn't anything major. Obviously, cat claws going in, you're going to get a little bit of blood drawn from it, but there seems to be the same spot on him as there was for you. As if if this is an illusion like you think it might be, whoever it is doing a bang up job at emulating every last detail.
Well, if I'm in the Reaper's realm, it would make sense that he would know everything that's going on in here. Just gonna have to hope it's an illusion and keep going. Just gonna hope that that's not the real Julie and just keep walking with her.
All right. As you start moving, what direction are you going to go? Back in the direction you just came from?
Yeah.
All right. Or are you going to try and follow the same path that you had originally taken? You got to remember.
I'm gonna keep going the direction that I was originally until I turn back around.
Okay. As you start going back in that direction, you walk up and you see Julie just kneeling on the ground, just shaking.
I'm gonna call out to her, Julie. Just go on over.
She looks back to you, and as you start to get up, she runs and stumbles, crashing into you. Just give me a dexterity with disadvantage.
And at the last second, I tossed the girl. No, I'm kidding. Oh no. Oh boy, I'm gonna go crashing. Oh, that's a 4.
As you do, you feel yourself start to careen backwards. Julie, having crashed into you, was just enough to end up making you lose your footing.
Figured.
Fortunately, and I'm saying this for the sake of the girl mostly, you have it basically where it's her legs are behind you, not her head. So as you crash down, she'd be feeling that if she woke up, but she doesn't stir, and at least she doesn't have a concussion on top of it. But you now have Julie just sobbing into you, absolutely freaked out more than before.
And Jesse's absolutely relieved. Like, oh, thank God, that wasn't the real you.
She looks at you confused. What do you mean? I saw. She just starts bawling her eyes out.
I saw all three of us with X's across us.
She just looks to you and nods.
And thank God that was just an illusion.
She looks to you, then looks back at the area around her. How do I know then that you're not the illusion?
No. No. That's exactly what what's trying to occur here. They're trying to get us to not trust it, to not trust what we see.
But Jesse, what if you are the illusion?
Oh,
I mean, that
God.
explains how you went from having no friends to suddenly you have a harem.
Yeah.
Shut the fuck up. That was good, but shut the fuck up.
Look, when I want to, I can be good with them burns.
I mean, the real Jesse died 20 years ago today.
Wouldn't that be a fucking twist?
Look, here you are in this photograph, taken at the abandoned dorm.
Look at this graph.
Look at this giraffe. Anyhow, as Julie is crying into you, she seems to just be taking this for what it is, or at least what you think it is. She clearly was concerned with the idea of possibly you being the illusion. But you get the idea at this point that all she wants is something real or fake.
I'll just continue to comfort. There's just no way I'm going anywhere.
All right. As you manage to, after a minute, you still hear the sound of the metal scraping around the three of you. It hasn't gone anywhere. And it almost seems as if the sound is changing its pace, sometimes increasing in speed, sometimes slowing down. But after a while, suddenly, it stops. What do you want to do?
I don't know. Because everything I've tried hasn't worked so far.
Do you want to just wait?
Yeah, I guess.
As you do, time goes by, seconds start to feel like minutes, and minutes feel like hours. You've seen how things have been in here so far, though. You're not sure whether you've actually been in here for a few moments or if you've been still for a few hours. As far as you can tell at this point, it could go either way. After a moment, you see what looks like a bright light flash off in the distance before it echoes behind you into both of your sides.
I'm gonna look at Julie's forehead.
She has no light on her.
I'm gonna tell her, Julie, do you see any light on my forehead?
She shakes her head.
Okay.
The bright light being more like a flash than anything.
Okay. Yeah, just still want to make sure.
No, I get it. I just wanted to clarify that it
yeah.
was more of a flash than a perpetual.
Okay. Well, since standing ground's accomplishing nothing, I'm gonna walk towards where the first flash occurred.
All right. As you start moving forward once again, you hear a familiar voice, It's not yours this time. It's not Julie's. It's a guy's voice, but at first you're not able to place it. You take a second and think, but as familiar as it sounds just as foreign as if it's something that you haven't heard in so long. You think for a moment, and nothing comes to mind, but the words themselves, they almost seem cliche, but at the same time as if they're the only things really to say. You've been running around this island for too long. I'm gonna make you pay, you bastard.
Sounds like someone else is trying to do what I'm doing. I'm I'm gonna try to walk towards where I heard the voice.
As you keep moving forward, you hear what sounds like a duel going on, before suddenly you hear nothing once more, except for ting, ting, ting coming in that direction. Ting, ting, ting from behind you. Ting, ting,
Gonna turn around.
ting from your left. Ting, ting, ting from the right.
Damn it, this shit again.
Next thing you hear, whoosh,
From
the
any
sound
direction.
the sound seems to be coming from every direction at once towards you at a rapid pace. The sound of almost like not even cloth, but more like leather at this point, just flapping and crashing against something sturdy. You feel like it's what you would expect from like if somebody was riding a motorcycle like in the movies, wearing a leather jacket, like the sound of the leather smacking against them as the wind blows. At least that's what you'd expect that sound to sound like if in the movies it wasn't being drowned out by a motorcycle.
Yeah.
And
And
suddenly,
did you say it's coming towards me?
It's coming towards you, but it sounds like it's
Uh-oh.
coming towards you rapidly from every direction. Suddenly,
Okay.
you remember what your instincts were the last time that happened. The last time you heard the tinging coming from all four directions. You look up. Oops.
Oh god!
I kind of accidentally deleted the piece now, so one moment.
Oh no! Oh, that's okay. I have to use the bathroom real quick.
Okay, you do that. This is going to be a quick little break while I undo the thing that I screwed up and he, does the does.
I mean, you had one job, dude.
Shut up. I forgot that was going to happen, so I preemptively grabbed something.
Right now, I would address the audience. However, I am the audience. So, here's a question. Man, why didn't Jesse decide to wake up literally anyone else? With their strong, useful arms, or their charisma. Not all at once now.
I mean, I'd say the obvious answer is quite simply the fact that he thought he could handle this by himself.
Oh
Yeah.
boy.
What, you can't do things by yourself, Jesse. That's why
What?
you have friends.
What do you mean?
I mean, man, if only you had someone with strong, useful arms or charisma. Man,
For
how much
what?
could you do?
Okay, tell me what charisma would do.
I don't know. I'm just trying to get Oliver in here.
Like, strength would have helped, like, once.
A couple times, actually.
It would have helped climbing down. That's about it.
Climbing down, tombstones,
I
scaring
wouldn't want to disturb the tombstones.
Nah, man, I'm
people.
straight useless. Like, just fact, I'm straight useless with this
Dude,
type of shit.
I'm borderline.
I could have carried
Well, you're
literally
better than
everyone
me.
here. I could have carried literally all 3 people here. At once.
Yes, we get it.
Yeah, at the beginning. Once we get down here, it's like, well, doesn't matter what you are.
I mean, she could have carried the things you were quick to dismiss as illusions.
Yeah.
I guess I could have carried myself.
And then there's 2 of you. So if one of you die, you have a backup.
That sounds like a horrible idea.
I mean, one was sort of already dead, wasn't it? At least dead to the world.
Oh wait, Jesse, did you just respawn?
Yep. I found a 1-up.
You found an extra guy. Woohoo!
Woohoo! I found an extra to me!
I was going for the future. I'm a joke, but okay.
I decided to go for Mario.
Mario, it's me. Anyhow,
Anyway,
as far as all that goes, you remember what your instincts were the last time you heard the 4 tinging sounds. And up from above you, you take a quick look, and you see a hooded figure descend upon you.
I'm gonna stand in front of Julie.
Roll me dexterity.
That's a ghetto 20.
Cat's reflexes. Oh, I'm not even gonna worry about yeah. So with that, the 2 of you. Oh, since you've got her, it would be with disadvantage.
Oh yeah. Oh, that's not a roll. Ghetto 20.
So the 2 of you manage to leap back, and right as it goes down, his scythe swings right past you, it clipping off some pieces of your hair which float down in front of you as you're moving. The scythe crashing straight into the ground, letting out a loud ting, echoing, billowing forth, contrary to expectation, getting louder instead of quieter. Till suddenly, it's all you can hear for a moment. Then, almost like a beautiful contradiction, it gets so loud that you can't hear anything. No longer even able to hear the sound of the ting.
Well, this is real.
You speak, but you don't hear yourself.
Is it just standing in front of me?
It's staying right in front of you. It's scythe drawn, but at the same time, it doesn't seem quite ready to make a move.
I'm gonna get my dual disc ready.
As you start to pull your dual disc up and get it ready, you see it move towards you in that moment. Its scythe going straight towards your arm. Give me one last dexterity. This time, no disadvantage necessary.
Come on, please. I don't want to lose my arm. Or I could be Shanks. Maybe I do want to lose my arm. I'm gonna lose my arm! That's a 4.
As you do, as you pull the dual disc out, the scythe
Holy shit.
crashes into the top of the deck.
Oh, you
Holy
dickhead.
shit, Shag.
With that, your dual disc is pulled out, and it has its scythe in its hands. After a second, you see it set its scythe down, and then it retracts it towards its arm. The blade of the scythe becoming a dual disc.
God, that is so cheesy.
Cheesy, but
Fitting.
oh yeah.
Jesse, don't fear the Reaper. Start insulting it.
Stupid fucking Reaper.
So, go ahead and bring your cards over. It's time to duel.
Stupid fucking Reaper. Ugly. Yeah, that's why I have to wear that hood. Ugly.
As
It's
I
either
had,
gonna be
as I said though, you don't really have to worry too much about this duel. It's not going to be necessarily a hard duel, but
That's
you know what the
say a lot.
but you know what the consequences are. Oh no, trust me. This wasn't designed. You see what card you're dueling. Yes.
Yes.
he mains Reaper of the Cards, dude.
But
That
every
said-
other time it's like, oh, this duel's not hard. It's, guess what?
That
I
said,
am
But
as your dual disc pulls up, you see that the life points on it, they're not 4,000.
oh.
They are. I want to make sure that I say the right amount.
1620.
Huh?
Hold on, let me make sure I'm saying the right thing.
I'm like, fucking what? Fucking Sparks will Oko me.
You just got married.
I'm gonna guess 1620
It was a good year.
Nope, they're not going to be that much. Like they're not going to be that low.
or 2620. 2620. Yeah.
Half? Fucking half?
26.
If he
Subtract.
has Sparks, I'm gonna...
Subtract 930 from your life points. You have
9?
3070.
Man. Don't worry.
Interesting.
Jesse, don't worry. This duel is not on the record.
It's not.
Oh.
You'll win. It's not on the record. Cut
However,
to 5 minutes later. How the fuck did you lose?
before you draw,
hmm
roll a d6.
What the fuck is this? Five.
The top 5 cards of your deck. Shuffle your deck as well as you want before you continue.
Okay. I assume
Reveal
the top
them.
5 are gone.
Oh yeah.
It's gonna be all
No.
your fusion cards.
If it's like, oh, okay, 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 that's not bad.
I have to tell you, this is super weird. I'm watching the stream, so I hear you saying okay, but the cards don't flip over for like another 5 seconds, so it's like...
Now, are they?
They're
Deleted.
destroyed.
What about my card protectors?
Those, they're literally being sliced in half. It's like if you had a sword go through them.
Piece of shit. Why'd I spend
Wow.
money on those?
Well, I guess you
For
don't have
weather
Shadow
reasons.
Mist anymore.
You should have got the steel-plated ones.
Well, at least I have a spare polymerization.
Don't you have a second or third Shadow Mist though? At least.
I have. Well, I have 2 now.
Yeah. So at the very least, you're not completely screwed over.
I think
You
I have
get
another Blaze Man. So.
You get the feeling that any cards that are destroyed in this duel, you will lose.
Huh?
Man, you picked the perfect time to do this, huh, Jesse?
But I send cards to the graveyard to
It's-
win.
It's only the ones that are destroyed. Emphasis
Oh,
there.
okay. I'm like, I'm fucked. It looks like I'm using Dark Lords tomorrow.
I mean, that's still a possibility. It depends on how much gets destroyed by the Duel Reaper.
Is anybody running the shop?
Right now,
Actually-
there's absolutely the shop's currently out of order since they don't have the staff on hand.
Perfect.
The one person who
Oh.
would
Break
be
in. break in, steal all the cards. No one's there to stop you.
The one person who would be on hand.
Though, there's still hope.
This is just not good.
Look. You didn't get the best thing, but at least it wasn't 6. A 6 card would still be bad because that's 6 cards you then have to replace later.
I know, but oh god.
However, with that, it's your decision on who starts.
He's going first.
All right, with that, based off opening hand, ability kicks in, and I'm borrowing this for my own purposes. Just so you know, that's not the only magical cheating bullshit.
Oh god damn it.
That would be flip and flip. So if that goes down to...
Huh.
It's a counter, basically.
Okay.
It indicates the things he can do. And hold on, that second thing he did was okay. That's what I thought. So that would be all right. The first thing that will happen is he'll set 3 cards face down, activate Kaiser Coliseum, then activate Card Destruction. In doing so, all cards are discarded, not destroyed, just discarded, and draw the same number of cards.
Okay.
With that, one more card will be set face down, and an indicator will appear in front of you that says it's going to say 80.
80?
Yep.
What the fuck does that mean? Okay. Alright, I'll draw. Okay. I'm gonna activate emergency call.
All right. As you do.
Nothing happens?
Go for it.
Okay. What is Kaiser? Okay.
Yeah, I wanted to make sure I gave that very... Oh, I do get to see the card. But
Oh,
it's
well,
more of
either way
a-
I'm summoning it, so
Yep.
Bubble Man.
Okay, cool.
Then I'll activate Mask Change.
Well, first, when you summon Bubble Man, the counters decrease down by 4. So make that a 16.
Okay. Then I'll activate Mask Change.
As you do, there will be Mystical Space Typhoon will activate, targeting it. It's not negated, but as your card activates, it is ripped to shreds.
Oh, you fucking bastard! I'm just put this over here.
How many mass change you got?
I'm pretty sure you have a spare, don't you?
I don't know. Off the top of my head, I have to look. But then that bring out absolute 0. And then I'll activate form change.
Wait, how would you do mask change into absolute 0?
What? That's not mask change. Wait, oh my god, I'm an idiot. That's supposed to be absolute. That's supposed to be on my acid.
You did it backwards.
Yeah, I did have it backwards.
As you do, the face downs are destroyed, as well as Kaiser Coliseum.
And then I'll attack his face down. Oh. Okay.
I'm warning you.
Mhm.
While it's not a destroy effect, generally, you don't want this to end up hitting you directly. It doesn't seem like
Yeah.
it's going to be possible right now, but
Well,
it's
I'm sure
still
there's
going to
a
have
way.
the same impact.
I'm sure there's a way. There's always a fucking way.
Don't worry though, this isn't actually that difficult of a deck for you to beat. But I do want you to decrease your counter by 8.
So it's at 8.
Yep. So
All
you're
in my
currently
turn.
you're currently at 68 total.
Mm-hmm.
With that, the card will be placed face down, and it'll be your move.
Draw. I'll activate Miracle Fusion by fusing Solid Man and Bubble Man to do the move I wanted to do last turn. Bring out Absolute Zero.
As you do, decrease your counters by 16.
So that's at 0. And then this is at 12. Let's get rid of that.
Yep.
Okay. Card leaves the field. And then I'll activate Form Change on Absolute Zero and destroying Spirit Reaper. Now, how many levels is this? An 8-star? Yes, it is. Okay.
As you do, decrease your counters by 8. Here, I got it.
Okay. Which Master Hero do I want? I'll bring out Anki. And then I'll have Acid attack directly.
As you do, you end up seeing for a brief moment cards from his graveyard go up.
Magical bullshit.
No, don't worry. This actually isn't going to end up being magical bullshit. At first, they try to make a wall around him, but as they crash into him, as your attack crashes in, they all shatter, and his life points go down. That was Anki was the one attacking.
Acid.
Oh, Acid. His life points go down by
26.
2,600. They're all the cards that appeared.
They're gone.
They are destroyed. However, you see one card still end up having its appearance hover in front of you. It's not active. It's not doing anything, but its effect is there. The effect of it being visible is there, but nothing's actually being done with it in this moment.
Then I'll attack with Anki.
As you do, the life points go down, and that's 2,800. So that will be as the attack goes through. Nothing happens aside from this hits and your monsters go face down. Not that it matters because the Reaper of the cards in front of you shatters into dust. I wouldn't put your cards away, though. Like, not the ones on the field.
Okay. Then let's put that back.
But for now, they will stay face down, though. As I said, for at the very end there.
Yeah.
I wouldn't leave duel mode either if I were you.
I'm still here.
But
So.
Story progresses.
Mm-hmm.
As your final attack hits, the spirit in front of you fades away into dust, almost as if a bunch of sand got blown away in a gust of wind. Otherwise, nothing happens. The area still is the area, but for a minute, you hear silence once again. There's no longer that deafening sound that's gone to the point where it's been full circle. Julie will look at you and just pitifully ask, "Is it over?"
I think.
As you look around, you still see that nothing but shadows swirling.
Just doesn't feel right. Do I notice anything around me?
Nothing around you
Different,
seems
like-
to be changing. Nothing around you seems to be different. Everything just seems to be how it was. It's almost as if you doing that had no impact at all.
Was this really all for nothing? Or is this place just like this?
Julie shakes her head. I was at the cemetery before I ran into you guys. And that was later on in the day, maybe not necessarily night, but there was none of this at the time. I can't imagine that the cemetery, if we're near it, would end up looking like that now, but not then, especially when that thing's been roaming around for as long as I've been here.
Hmm. Do you think we should head back there?
She freezes as you say that.
I know it would gonna be hard, but that might be where we have to go.
Reluctantly, she nods. But as she does, she seems to step just one step further from you.
He's okay with that, but he's making sure she doesn't fall too far behind.
She'll stay behind you, but with just a little bit of distance. In fact, roll instinct.
Instinct, that's a 23.
As you make your way back, at least in the general direction you think that it would be, you start to hear almost like the sound of metal against stone once again. Ting, ting, ting. Just keeping in front of you. As that sound comes out and starts echoing, you immediately look back to see Julie. But when you look back for a moment, she's gone.
Oh, not this again.
Ting, ting, ting. The sound is coming from the direction that you were moving towards, so now behind you. Suddenly, you see Julie from off in the distance, running, trying to keep up. As she starts running, she just starts looking at you again tearfully before freezing.
What's wrong?
You're not Jesse.
What do you mean?
I just saw. She starts backing up again. This time, her dual disc starts to come out and starts glowing.
Whoa, what do you do? No.
I
Julie, it's me.
She just looks at you, wide-eyed and scared. Suddenly, you see a burst of light from back in the direction she just ran from. Her dual disc ends up just turning off as she stumbles. And she collapses to the ground. She's not unconscious, she's still there, but she's trembling. That burst of light looked familiar. Almost like it almost looked like there was lightning strike, but no sound, no thunder. You hear that voice again on repeat. You bastard. Before it gets choked out. Pitiful cry as everything just fades back into silence. Julie's currently on the ground in front of you, just trembling. Well, and you hear nothing but silence in the background.
There's something else. There has to be. But where? Everywhere I go, it's a damn loop. He'll just try calling out again, see if anything happens. Oh.
As you do, you just hear that voice call out one more time. Jesse, is that you?
Wait, what?
It's
It's me.
the voice. It's familiar, and you hear what sounds like footsteps running towards you. Suddenly, almost as if they ran right past you and you didn't even notice, they're running off in the other direction.
He'll just scream out this way.
You shout out, but no voice ends up echoing your call.
Somebody I know is here, but he can't see me. Is for those who enter, what we see is unique? Everyone sees a different place, but it's identical.
As you think on this, you start seeing Julie try to stand back up and just back away once more. Her dual disc is no longer prepped, ready to attack you, but she seems to be trying to make her way in the opposite direction from you.
Where are you going?
She doesn't answer before she turns and, as far as you can tell, seems to like she's about to start running. If you want to do something, you need to act fast.
Julie, it's me. What? Like they're just trying. They're just trying. This place is trying to play tricks.
Roll charisma disadvantage.
Ah, damn it. Doesn't fucking matter.
She's completely not listening. She runs off.
Oh, this is gonna bite me in the ass, but let's chase after.
As you start running for her, the mist around you, the shadows start swirling more and more violently. The amount of space that you can actually see starts to get more and more obscured as the ground beneath you starts to become pitch black, darkened by everything. After a minute or two, you hear ting, ting, ting. Suddenly, you hear Julie's voice scream out. You eventually end up bursting through shadows. But as you do, give me a wisdom just real quick.
18.
18.
Mhm.
As you burst through, you just see what looks like a field of fallen Jessies and Julies. And
God.
this girl that you just can't seem to remember the name of.
It's just kind of weird, but this is the imagery in my head's really funny for this.
Is it a bunch of Jessies on their back saying, "Help! I can't! I fallen and I can't jump
It's
out!
just
Where's
a
my
bunch-
life alert?"
It's just a bunch of Jessies. Like, no, we didn't ask for this.
Now you know where we throw you away.
Exactly.
Wait, this actually goes with the Apocrypha.
Done.
It
It
does.
all comes full circle.
It all goes full
Jesse,
circle.
your real name is Sieg. What?
As you do, you see just one of the Julies just kneeling on the ground in between all of them. her uniform just ripped to shreds. A giant X right across it. To say she's on her knees would be more of an understatement. At this point, it's as if it almost looks as if her legs themselves have broken from twisting and falling onto the ground. Like whoever ended up slicing her up did it when she wasn't even able to fight back. As she just looks at you, trying to like crawl her way back, seemingly unable to change back into cat form to try and get away with that. She just seems to be looking at you scared and pitiful. Before suddenly the last of her energy goes and she collapses.
No. This is just like last time. This test. But they didn't move last time. There's only one. No. This has to be the same thing as last before. No. I I need to follow my instincts. You're not real. None of what I'm seeing right now is. Just gonna walk past them.
As you do, you see what looks like just an unending field of bodies. You walk by slowly, taking care not to step on any of them. Real or not, they still look like they're real. Every now and then, it sounds like here and there one of them lets out a pitiful groan before they end up collapsing completely. Their eyes being completely void of anything at that point. Roll dexterity.
Oh, that's not a roll. That's not a roll either. 18.
As you're walking. Oh, sorry, because you have her
Oh,
disadvantage.
yep, disadvantage. At 20, so 18.
As you're walking past, you end up moving your legs just quickly enough that you still feel something graze against your Achilles heel. As you look down, you see just one of you looking back for just a moment. Still a little bit of life in their eyes as it's starting to bleed out. The life bleeding out, not actual blood.
Yeah.
As he looks back at you, you struggle to hear what he's saying, but manage to make out a "there's more." With that, his hand falls to the ground, and his eyes go void.
Okay. This. Well, I guess I have to see it through. Just gonna keep on walking.
As you walk for what feels like an eternity, you find your way to what looks like an open clearing. There's no dead plants. In fact, the moment you walk through, you take a look behind, and the field of bodies isn't there anymore. As you look back ahead, you see absolutely nothing there in that space except for Julie. Just one of her laying down, collapsed, almost in a fetal position, her hands covering her ears, weeping violently.
Julie.
You call out, but she doesn't respond.
I'm gonna walk over to her. Julie.
Still no response.
Gonna tap on her shoulder.
As you do, she reaches out and grabs it once more, violently pulling you forward as she ends up shifting back into this form.
Come, Julie. Julie, it's me.
I can't believe that.
Mm-hmm. Well, I need you to believe me.
She shakes her head. As she starts squeezing down, roll me Constitution.
Oh, this is gonna hurt like a bitch. That's a 7.
As it does, you start feeling your arm. You're surprised with how strong her grip is.
Damn, you're strong.
It's you can't help but to let out a bit of almost like a stifled scream from that. But as you do, her eyes go wide for just a moment. She lets go before collapsing back into that fetal position mess.
Are you okay?
She shakes her head.
What's been going on?
I've seen you die over 100 times. I
That
can't
explains.
go through watching that again.
It's well, you just need to remember that what you're seeing is fake because I'm not going anywhere.
She just looks at you. Same question as before in her eyes. How can she be sure?
How can she be sure if it's the real me or what I'm
Yep.
saying is true?
Both. You sort of get the feeling that it's both.
Just listen. Listen to your heart.
As
Do
you
you,
say that, she just starts shaking her head again. That's what you said the last time. The time before that. The time before that. You just hear her going on. Time before that. Time before that. Time before that.
why would I lie to you?
Why did you then? Why did you before that?
You're the only one I've got here right now. You're the only one keeping me together.
With that, she just starts shaking her head. For now, it seems as if nothing that you say will be able to get through to her.
Why won't you believe me?
She looks at you just pitifully. I did, for so many times.
Fine. Just gonna continue walking.
As you do, the Julie that you passed just stays there, watching as you walk away.
If you don't believe me, I'm not gonna force you to do anything.
As you continue onward, you eventually come to an empty clearing. There's nothing around, not even another Julie, not even another you. But you hear the sound of tinging coming from not all four directions, but this time using that map over here again as an example, from from the volcano path, the water path, and what would be path number 4. Like from those
Coming
directions.
from all directions but 4?
From one, coming from paths 6, 2, and 4.
Okay.
If we were to use that as the example location.
Mm-hmm. They all sound like the same distance away.
They all sound the same distance away.
Well, let's check out what would be using that map number 4.
All right. As you start moving in that direction, you eventually start to hear what sounds like a scraping sound coming from behind you. There's no forest. There's no Julie. The only things that you can really see are the ground beneath you, and that's barely even visible. Yourself and the girl who's still just draped across your shoulder. All you hear is the sound of the metal against the stone. What do you want to do?
I'm gonna keep walking, but stay on guard in case it gets closer.
It sounds like it's just ever approaching, always at a consistent pace. When you take a look around, as you move, it always sounds like it's coming from behind you, never in front of you. After a few minutes of you looking around, you hear what sounds like Julie's voice calling out for you. Jesse! Jesse!
What is Julie?
You call out, but there's no answer.
What direction was she calling out from?
Straight ahead.
Let's keep going straight ahead.
As you approach, you just see what looks like Julie on the ground in front of you, collapsed. An X across her chest, her eyes devoid of any spirit, of any life, of any semblance. The sound of the metal scraping against stone still approaching closer.
I'm gonna stand in front of the Julie on the ground and just wait for the metal to get closer and closer.
All right. Again, no matter what direction you look, it always sounds like it comes up from behind you.
Yeah.
But eventually, roll me a instinct.
16.
16. It swings its scythe down, and as it tries, you feel it's just slightly brush against your uniform as you move out of the way. just enough to keep from it actually causing you any pain. But you do have a bit of a slash on your uniform now. Almost like clockwork. Your memories of all the other Jessies have changed. Every last Jessie now seems to have a rip on their uniform in the same location the moment that happens to you. All within your memories, not that you're seeing any actively in this moment.
Mm-hmm.
You know that that's not what it was when you walked past, but yet that feels like the reality that you had.
Mm-hmm.
But now, you see this this Reaper of the Cards standing in front of you. Its scythe ready,
To
almost as
duel
if it's
this scout.
preparing to do one more slash.
I'll get my duel this scout, but since I know it slashed last time, I'm gonna be ready in case it does.
As you do that, this time it rears the scythe back and starts to, and aims straight for the Julie that's laying down on the ground.
I will. Well, this is tough. I'll stand in front of her.
As you do, as you move to get right in front of her, the scythe crashes through, and I want you to roll me Constitution.
Oh no!
And
No!
the scythe crashes into your shoulder. At first, it feels almost as if nothing happened. You look down, and you just start feeling yourself go weak. After a moment, the world around you goes black before you come to once more. The Dual Reaper in front of you is there, his scythe in dual disc form.
Gonna get my duel disc ready.
As you do, you start feeling your arms move a lot slower and a lot more weakly. You get the feeling that the amount of energy that you're exerting is going to be a lot more than it was the last time. That's what I thought. So with that dual start, you do not draw any cards at the beginning though. You keep what you have on your hand and on your field. But it's the end. It's your battle phase at the moment still. It's coming back to you.
And he has 4,000? Okay.
Mhm.
Oh, and my turn. Nothing else I can do?
As you do, as everything comes back, your monsters flip face up. Just defense mode.
Oh, just defense mode. Oh, whoa. Shit. Okay.
And you draw 2 cards. With that, five cards appear from already for him, with a 6th card drawn. Graceful Charity activates. Two cards get discarded. One card gets set down. Dartboard Dealings is activated. Draw one, discard one.
Yeah.
Another card is set face down, and card destruction is activated.
That's annoying. Now, since would Shadow
Their
Mist
discard. Oh yeah, Shadow Mist would still go off.
Okay, just making sure. Would it occur before or after I draw my new cards?
It would be after you draw.
Okay. And her effect. Bring. I have to show you it, right?
Yep.
Stratos.
Okay. Next up, another Dark World Dealings activates.
Oh, lovely. Oh wait, I forgot to shuffle. So I'll put that back.
And the Shallow Grave activates. Both players select a card in their graveyard and special summons it in face down defense position.
And face up?
Face down defense position.
Face down.
However, you will find yourself drawn more towards any normal monsters if you have any.
Any what?
You will find yourself drawn towards one of the normal monsters if you have any. You don't have to, but it'll be you will feel more inclined to. And if you have any in the graveyard, you will have to end up rolling a wisdom where the DC really is only just 10 plus whatever its level is.
Okay. Oh,
So, did you have any normals in the graveyard?
yeah,
Did you go with one, or did you want to try and contest that?
I went with
a
a
roll?
normal.
Okay. Because wisdom is the thing you're good at. You could choose to try and contest it.
Yeah, but that might fuck something up.
That's fair. That is entirely fair. As that happens, it ends up being your turn.
Alright.
And yes, I know that is still out. And you still see it on the field, technically. Not on the
Okay.
field per se, but you know what I mean.
Mm-hmm. No, I get it.
Uh,
I get it.
Good.
I
You
don't
get
like
it?
the way
You
you
get
said
it? You
good. I can put these two back into attack, right?
Yes, you can.
Okay. Damn, it keeps zooming me in instead of putting it into attack. There we go. Okay.
And as I warned, this is more of an annoying opponent than it is a actual.
Oh yeah, no, I'm just seeing like anything specific to do. I'll flip over my Avion and activate Mask Change to bring out Divine Wind.
Well, as you do your flip summon, what's Xavion's level? Decrease your counters by 6, meaning so drop that down by 2.
Then this is 18.
And decrease by 16 for the Divine
Jesus.
Wind.
Okay. I'll have Acid attack this one. This face down.
With that, Mystic Tomato is destroyed.
It has to be attack.
Oh, it does?
Yeah.
That's fine. Oh, so it is. I'm used to the ones where they're generic searchers that don't require that.
Yeah, that's okay.
I'm not used to the emojis.
I'll have Divine Wind attack this one.
As you do, Reaper of the Cards flips face up, and for a brief moment, you see it just stay on the field. It's, you know, it should be destroyed, but for some reason, its appearance still stays. It's not in a field zone like it normally would be,
Mm-hmm.
but it seems
But
to
it's
be
just
kind of
there.
like the tile.
Yeah. I'll then have Anki attack Spirit Reaper.
As Anki
For
attacks Spirit Reaper, that will end up dealing
2,500.
2,500.
I'll end my turn.
With that, a card will be drawn. With that, Reaper of the Cards will discard Ghost Reaper and Winter Cherries. Any absolute zeros that are in your extra deck,
That's fucking weird.
they're
Yep.
all banished.
Okay.
They're not destroyed though, so you don't gotta
Yeah,
worry
they're
about that.
banished. So, yeah.
Next up, you
Yeah,
see
I
Spirit
figured
Reaper
defense
change to
position.
defense. And the Shallow Grave will activate. Placing Sangan on the field in defense mode. Jesse, as you place that was Shadow Mist, I assume.
Oh, wait, I meant to do a normal I forgot it was a normal monster.
Nope,
I know I
this time
could do
around
it.
you don't feel it.
Oh. Okay. Neat.
Oh, oops. I actually forgot to knock that down by one for that. And so that was my bad, but not that you understand what was going on there.
You are correct, I don't.
Basically, the thing is changing a card from the opening hand knocks it down on what would be your guys' destiny draws, basically.
Oh, okay. That makes
But
sense.
that only affects opening hand, has certain limitations
Mm-hmm.
in and of its own right. Which was why during the first duel I had to end up double checking what I had ended up sending back. But then as for this one, in regards to basically forcing you to go with a normal monster unless you wanted to contest. There is a third one, but that will really only apply if it ends up lasting one more turn on his side.
Mm-hmm.
With that, it's your move.
Draw.
As you do, I want you to roll perception.
I'm just gonna
Yep,
borrow
that's
this
fine.
one.
That's the 20, so it's not like
Yeah.
there's going to be a question on what its
So-
value is.
It'd be a 21.
You hear the voice one more time just shout out as a burst of light appears in every direction. In fact, it almost sounds as if this voice is echoing. How many times do I have to defeat you bastards?
Well, I'll use Anki's effect to attack directly.
As you do, you find that you struggle to get out the order. Give me a wisdom. That would just be a 12.
Huh?
It's a wisdom DC of 12.
And I got 13.
I got way
Jesus.
too close.
It did get way too close.
As Anki swings out for the final for that final attack, but I want to confirm. Oh, as the attack goes
Oh, it
through,
lives on 100. You bastard. Damn it.
he ends up getting hit by the attack, and he just absorbs it.
Place one card face down and end my turn.
As you do, you see the one that was on the field just end up swinging down its scythe on your face down. Flip it face up. If it's a trap, it's not a trap. So,
I read its effect.
Oh no, you're good.
Yeah. I'm not that big of an idiot.
As a result, nothing happens to your card. With that, its turn comes up. It'll activate Mystical Space Typhoon.
Now, I can activate it.
Yes, you
But
can.
will it still? Is it still going to be like destroyed?
It will still be destroyed.
Damn it. Okay. Who do I want to bring out though? Who can I bring out? Let me check my. I want to check my graveyard real quick. You know what? I'm gonna acid. Oh, I did deal.
Thanks for the Koga.
You're welcome.
I have no problem destroying that too.
Whoa there, buddy. You mean the Reaper has no problem destroying that?
I have no problem destroying that too.
To bring out another acid to destroy this face down.
Alright, and with that, both of those face downs are gone.
Pile.
With that, the turn ends and the marker goes over to you.
Alright. Draw. And he'll just attack directly with Anki.
As you do, the attack goes through, but before everything ends up fading away, all your monsters get flipped face down.
Of course they do.
Actually, those aren't in the graveyard, so that's not going to end up being affected. And that would be oh wait, those still stay out. What am I doing?
You can put him back if you want. I won't complain.
Wait, was that face up or face down? I think it was face
It
down.
was face down.
With that, the final attack goes through, and the Reaper of the cards bursts into dust.
This is not going to. Again. How's that Julie holding up?
That Julie just still on the ground, collapsed.
You're probably not even the real one. I don't know why. Whatever. Am I back to like where I was originally with the paths?
Nope. You're still just
Oh.
standing in the middle of that clearing.
Oh, okay.
However, you're going to notice that on the ground around the two of you, you see a bunch of Medolce cards ripped to shreds.
Oh no, you are the real one.
But you also see some cards that shouldn't be in there.
Like anything specific? Or
You
just
see some heroes. Ones that you know had been destroyed a long time ago, and some ones that you know have not been destroyed. You see what looks like some warrior cards. You see what looks like one card stands out to you because it is a hero, but you don't own that one. Elemental Hero Prisma.
never seen that one before.
And then you see some other cards that look familiar, such as you see a lot of stuff that doesn't look familiar, but some of the cards that you do, those were the ones that have been mentioned so far. See a couple of cards like you see an Honest, which you know that you've seen before. You see some cards that just look like generic, like you. A lot of stuff is there, but another card that looks and almost feels familiar. It's a card that you were told about, that you were able to figure out pretty quickly was not a good card. There's a Immortal Thunder in there.
Why is this in here? Why are all these here? Doesn't make sense. This can't be real then. Because why would she have all these?
They're not all around her. They're just all around the ground.
Oh, they're just all around. Oh boy. Heroes. Mortal of Thunder.
The Modolces are definitely near her, though.
Okay. Oh shit, it is probably her then. Oh no. Was I too late? Oh no.
With that, you hear a voice call out for you. Jesse, where are you? As the voice calls out, roll me just a wisdom one last time. Jesse getting an entire mini arc here.
Holy shit, yeah, 12.
As you hear that, almost on instinct, you recognize that it's Julie. You stand up and just almost as if your body's moving on its own, start moving towards her. After a second, you realize this isn't right, and you snap out of it. For a second, you see that glittering dust of when one of those eyes is destroyed. The next thing you know, you're on the plane. Around you, you see the same sight as before. You see Kyla in front of you looking at you with a disapproving look. Why are you as she says, why are you focusing on this? You shouldn't have even gone down there in the first place. Focus on the mission. For suddenly, you see the necklace glow, and you're back to where you were. You look around, and you see that the Julie that was lying there, she's gone. The cards are gone. But you see this Julie run up to you and grab onto you.
You. Is it you?
That's what I should be asking, you idiot.
I've. He's just gonna keep stuttering. It just. You. Everything. I don't know. I don't know anymore.
Now, Cole, I'm giving you the heads up here just as a
What's-
courtesy. You've gone through the easy part, but just take a quick glance over at your deck. You're kind of in the roughest part here, and Jesse would realize this.
Yes. I'm thinking about licking my wounds and leaving. Because this is just too much.
I mean, good luck on finding the exit.
This is fucked. There's no way in hell I'm gonna be able to climb out. Oh, fuck. Ah, shit. Ah, nuts. I am gonna die.
Something about me not being necessary past a certain point?
Look, even Nick would be useful beyond this point. Because he'd have fucking cards.
Yeah, but man, who's the strongest person on the island?
That doesn't matter. Strength means nothing.
Climb.
Oh, God. Flannery, I'm gonna give you the heads up. I have no idea what the fuck to do.
Okay, that's fine. As Jesse's sitting there, just standing there, trying to figure out what's going on, Julie's just holding on to him. Unlike the previous versions, she doesn't seem to be crying. She doesn't seem to be as scared. She definitely seems to be shaken, but no more so than earlier. She seems to not want to be letting go of you, but as she's holding you, you hear that familiar voice one more time. I'm getting sick and tired of dealing with this bullshit, baby. With that,
Nick?
you see just a bolt of lightning strike down across the area. In fact, for a brief moment, all the darkness swirling around kicks up, and you see the forest for just a moment before it all fades right back in.
He's just gonna scream out, Nick?
With that, you hear no response.
I'm gonna try to find Nick. Go towards the voice.
As you start moving, you feel yourself moving more and more sluggishly. You feel yourself just draining with every single last step. You're not sure what was going on, but each time that you've been summoning monsters, you've been getting more and more tired. In a way, it almost feels like when you'd actually be calling out their spirits. Fortunately, your opponent hasn't been actually strong, so you've been able to pretty much make it through with what little you've had, but you're starting to get concerned about what will happen if you run out of the stamina. After all, right now you don't have just the girl that you're carrying to worry about. You've got yourself and Julie. As you start moving towards the sound of Nick, you start feeling yourself going on autopilot again. For a moment, everything seems to be fine, but then Julie just pulls you firmly back into reality. Don't leave me again.
Yeah.
As she holds on to you, you start hearing the sound of ting, ting, ting
Not again.
from in front of you. Again, you hear ting, ting, ting from behind you. After a moment, it seems to repeat again. Ting, ting, ting in front. Ting, ching. The second set gets cut off. Almost sounds like whatever it was breaks. You see a flash of light just create shadows from you in front. The shadows going long as after a moment you see in front of you da, 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 da. That's not it. That's not it. I'm looking for a little something particular.
This is not what I expected this to be at all.
Oh yeah, you expected laughs and fun and a good time.
I expected this to be fun. This is fucking stressful.
With that, you just see Shadow Mist walk in front of you.
What the fuck?
At first, she looks just as confused as you feel. She looks right back behind her. You see that she seems to be holding a rock.
The same one as before.
It seems to be.
You can't be real. I called you back and that's the same rock as before.
She just looks at you confused.
I called you back a long time ago. And you've already showed me that rock before. There'd be no reason for you to do it again.
She shakes her head, holds up a single finger.
Okay.
She points to herself, she points to the rock, she points to herself again, holds up a single finger.
But why would you be... Why? It'd be so much easier if you could talk.
She looks to you and she's just confused. Is there something that you would like to try, maybe to get this sorted out and resolved?
I'm gonna look at the rock. See if it is the same one.
It is the same one.
How are you out, and why would you bring me the same one again?
She looks to you. She looks to you and just points to herself, points to the rock, points to her eyes, holds up the number 1. Just a single finger. You get the idea. She's trying to say that it's her first time seeing this.
But how is it the first time you're seeing this? You brought this to me before.
She shakes her head.
No. This is just more of this place playing tricks. Yeah, I'm just gonna keep walking.
As you do, you bump into Shadow Mist, and you feel Shadow Mist reach out and try to grab for your sleeve. As you end up feeling yourself stop moving, basically. She just bows for a moment, takes a knee, and just holds up her hand as though she's trying to end up saying something, but you're not sure what offhand.
Are you trying to get me to follow you?
She shakes her head.
Are you...
After a moment, she pauses and puts her hand into a shape with her thumb up, her pinky finger out, and puts her hand to her head.
She's what?
Thumb up, pinky finger out, hand to head. You'd recognize this as the
Making
like
a
the
phone.
phone type symbol.
Oh. A call?
She does that, then
Calling?
points to herself.
You're calling...
Shakes her head, points, you call me.
I'm calling you.
Shakes head.
I called you.
You seem to get the idea. She's trying to suggest that you call her out. Either call her out or call her back. One of the two.
I called you back.
She shakes her head. Whether you called her back or not, she doesn't seem to realize she hasn't been physically called back.
I'll try calling her back.
As you do, she ends up disappearing into the card. The rock just drops in front of you. Slowly, you start seeing everything around you just shift. Your memories of what had happened earlier once again changing. Just as you remember quite clearly the fact that you had the other versions of you didn't have their uniform ripped in the way that yours is now, and you also remember that they did. You now remember having been shown the rock, and you now remember not having been. You don't remember having been shown it at the same time.
Oh, this place is weird. This place is really weird.
After a second, Julie looks down at the rock and seems to freak out a little bit.
It's hers.
Nope, it is still Reyna's. Same as last
Yeah, that's
time.
what I said. It's hers.
Oh.
Oh, that's what I meant. It's still Reina's.
Yep. However, Julie seems as if this is the first time this has been shown to her.
Wait,
She's seeming to react in a lot of the same way as before.
wait, you don't remember seeing this before?
She shakes her head.
No. No, no. How could you forget? Unless you're not the real one.
You realize that you also simultaneously remember and don't remember having seen it.
Oh. Okay, never mind.
So, and just as Shadow Mist was saying that, as far as she could tell, that was her first time having seen it as well.
Okay. This is all very confusing.
Wibbly wobbly timey wimey stuff.
Okay. Just look to her and say, do you want to try to put it back?
She'll just look to you and just slowly shake her head yes.
Let's see if we can find it. Where it goes.
With that, you try to pick it up, but you struggle, so Julie then picks it up.
Thanks.
She nods. As you start walking around looking for the graveyard, you come to the realization that no matter what you do, no matter where you go, you keep looping back to where you picked that up. You see another burst of light in the background, but it seems to be coming from two different locations.
Oh my god. God damn it!
Oh, trust me, this is designed to be confusing for a reason. This is gonna tie in, don't worry.
I fucking hate this. Holy shit.
Oh, don't worry.
Ah!
I hope this is at least an enjoyable kind of frustrating.
It is enjoyable, but it also isn't.
Don't worry. You're nearing the end of this all.
Oh, thank fucking God. 'Cause
Like, how
my-
close? Because it's like 20
It's
after 1, dude.
1:30.
Okay, I'm just about done, don't worry.
Okay.
Jesse's got literally just one last little challenge before stuff starts wrapping up.
Oh, thank
Okay,
fucking
because
God.
if I have to duck, I'm gonna duck because
Yep.
I got
Yeah.
work.
Go ahead and duck if you
No,
need
that's
to, Jake.
fine.
That's fine.
Yeah.
I'll give it to 1:30 on the dot.
Okay.
Alright. Oh, I'm gonna go to one of the lights.
As you start moving in that direction, you stumble across just the appearance once more of a shadow mist walking with the stone, but seems to be walking in the opposite direction, like walking the same way that you guys are walking with her following the lead.
Mm-hmm.
With that, for a moment, you just see her stop, and she seems to be talking to another set of you, basically. With that, there's what looks like the whole confusing exchange going on once more before the other you decides to end up drawing her back into the card. And they then go off in that direction as well.
Looking like deja vu.
After a bit of time goes by, you find yourself not proceeding before suddenly you hear off in a direction. Ting, ting, ting. The tings are soft, this time long and drawn out in between each other. You see another burst of light. You hear the sound of metal snapping. Another ting, 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 off in the direction that shadow mist seemed to have walked from.
If I stand still, is it getting closer to me?
Nope. It seems to be absolutely still.
Then I'll just keep moving forward.
Forward, forward, or towards it forward.
Forward.
All right. As you do, you just seem to keep going forward in an endless line. The ting occurring, the ting, ting, ting occurring every now and then, with another flash of light happening somewhere in the background. As time goes by, the shadows around you start to warp and fade for a brief moment. Everything seems to fade away as you get to a location that actually starts looking like it's got flowers. Not dead ones like before,
Like actual flowers.
but actual living flowers. Freshly clipped and placed where they were. And as you're looking at them, it reminds you very much of that scene before you see off in the background. Julie laying out flowers at each of the locations. She looks around, seems to bow, seems to pray, walks away.
So that's.
As you stand there watching the site after that Julie's walked away and disappeared, again, you're not sure if you've been there for seconds, minutes, hours, or years. It really could feel like any length of time has passed. But you see those flowers almost shrivel up and die in front of you. You see Shadow Mist appear, pick one up, take a look at the others, then walk away. What do you want to do?
I'm just gonna look over to Julie. You still want to put it back?
She nods.
Let's go do it.
As you guys do, you place the rock back. The tombstone fits into place. And for a moment, you see the shadows around just start to swirl a little bit more. Ting, ting, ting. Comes from a direction off to your right.
Alright. Hopefully it stays this way.
With that, Julie reaches up and just gives you one quick hug.
Just reciprocate the hug.
With that, she just cries into your shoulder for one last moment. For reaching out, giving you a kiss, letting go, and running off in the direction of the ting.
No. Oh, god damn it.
As you
Gotta-
go, you hear just for a brief moment her voice yelling back. I'm hoping that you're not the real one so that you don't remember this.
Wait,
But
what?
thank you. With that, she runs off towards the tinging sound.
I'm gonna chase after.
As you do, you get to a clearing where all there is her and another Reaper of the Cards. As you step out, the scythe swings down and destroys a Modolce that's on the field. The blow goes back, crashing into her. You see the scythe slice right through her uniform, creating a big old X on her. I'm sorry, but I couldn't see you die one more time. With that, she falls down to the ground. The Reaper of the Cards just floats right past her. That Julie, still seeming to be there as it moves towards you.
To describe how Jesse is feeling at the moment, you remember when Perfect Cell crushed Android 16's head?
Yeah, I got
and
it.
you just see the screen just filled with red. Yeah, that's pretty much it.
All right.
Just gets his dual disc ready.
As this happens, you see the scythe go down on the ground. Ting, ting.
Getting real sick of this fucking tinging.
With that, you see just right in front of you appear your 4 cards. However,
Huh?
you see a burst of lightning in 3 directions. All the ones basically in the same eyesight that you have.
Mm-hmm.
One ahead, off to the left, one off to the right. Their arcs all converging. And the final strike hitting that Spirit Reaper. Well, Reaper of the Cards. As it does, He comes in with only 2,000. However, as that happens, two things occur towards the field. Your monsters flip face up, except for this one. That one stays down.
Okay. Like
You
attack or
draw
defense?
defense still. It's
Okay.
this all over again.
Yeah.
You draw 3 cards because of this, and this is gone.
Okay. Holy
The
shit.
monsters that exist on the field at this moment cannot change their position on both sides.
Ah, what the hell?
Don't worry, that's this gone.
That's what?
That's this card gone. All this is done with. The last thing is, both players would be able to drag a monster out of their graveyards back onto the field in defense mode. This monster
Do I-
unaffected by it.
Do I have to?
You have the choice, but it's any.
Because
it's
I don't
any
really
monster.
want to.
That's fine. It's not a requirement.
Okay.
Boop Newt is finding trouble, never looking too hard. Thanks for the follow.
Oh my god, you came in at a great time.
You get to see Jesse murder a man. Dual spirit,
I mean-
whatever.
How can you kill a skeleton?
It's a spooky,
Tell
scary
that
skeleton.
to my fists!
But with that, do you want to do anything during main phase 2?
Yeah, put 2 cards face down, and I have 8 cards in my hand, so I have to discard 1 or 2.
None.
None? Oh, okay. Now my turn.
Consider this consider this one of the benefits for the magical bullshit.
Thank God.
Trust me, you can be mad about the fact that that basically paralysis just occurred, but otherwise, that just ended up making things comical in this respect. It is your move.
Okay. I forgot you were in my deck. Does it do anything for me? No, it really doesn't. Or does it? No, it really doesn't, does it?
As you take a look at the Spirit Reaper on the field, you do notice that there's electricity crackling off of it.
Okay. I'm gonna put these boys back in attack mode. And I'll summon Elemental Hero Stratos. Activate its effect to destroy this. Oh, okay. And I'll attack directly with Anki.
Oh, as I said, these can't change position.
Oh, I thought you said they could.
No.
Oh, well, then how the
It's
fuck
on
am I
both
gonna win?
sides. Take a note at the one key thing that I had mentioned for beginning of this turn.
You said electricity, so
Mhm.
I'll just attack the Spirit Reaper then.
As soon as the attack lands,
Oh! I was way too
that's why
excited.
I was giving trying to push that hint.
Okay, I'm kind of dumb, but
No,
now in my
no,
turn.
you're fine. That's why I was pushing it. So that would
Okay, I
be-
appreciate it.
So that means, and with that, half pierce because defense mode. Pot of Greed activates.
Oh god, what does it do?
Well, you see.
With
What do you
this,
see, Jesse?
you see a Spirit Reaper appear in the hand, but then crackle and break.
He's broken, just like me.
With that, a Mystic Tomato gets set face down,
Attack
and
mode.
you see exactly what it is as it appears. With that, the turn's over, and it is your move. You do see that the other face down, is still crackling as well.
Oh my god, I have a whole bunch of shit in my hand. That doesn't work. Wait, how much attack do you have? 1,000.
That one
I'll-
was one of the cards that was face down. Yeah,
Yes, it was.
it's fine. It's fine.
Okay. Yep. Well, Stratos,
Besides, that should
attack
have also been
this one.
attacking that one.
Yeah.
Sangan gets destroyed. You see the
Yep.
electricity crackle. Oh, that's not what I meant to do.
Holy shit. That's a badass Sangan.
That's a broken card. You see.
I'm gonna deck out. This rate. That's not good.
You see a Reaper of the cards get added to the hand before suddenly the electricity crackles and it shatters.
Good. I'll end my turn.
And with that, hold on, that's 1200, so that's minus.
Oh wait, it's doing Pierce. Oh.
Well, it's doing half pierce.
Well, yeah. I just still didn't expect it.
No, I get that. Oh my god, this is the most useless thing for right now.
Oh shit! What am I gonna do?
That's your move.
Yep. All right, Stratos attack.
The attack goes through. Unlike the other two that were crackling, effectively also having their effects negated by not functioning right. Mystic Tomato doesn't cause the damage that you got accustomed to. However,
Damn it.
the instinct being to summon Sangan, a Sangan appears on the field before shattering, going to the graveyard. Its effect activating, trying to add to the hand, but the card that activates gets destroyed.
I am breaking the game. I'll end my turn.
As the final card draws, one last Book of Eclipse ends up appearing on the field. However, the effect ends up not actually going through, as if the card is being set. With that, it is going to be your move.
All right. For thematic effects, I'll activate Skyscraper,
With
and
that,
I'll have Stratos attack.
actually, while you're doing that, I want you to roll me wisdom.
Roll you what?
Roll me a wisdom.
All right, let's use this one because it's not being used. 23.
For a brief second, as soon as you play the Skyscraper, the anger that you feel starts to flow into it. And for a second, it seems like it shifts. But after a moment, you regain your composure. And whatever it was happening gets undone. And it stays a skyscraper. The field around you starts to shift and change. Now, standing on top of two buildings is you and the Reaper of the Cards. In response, he tries to activate Book of Eclipse. However, Stratos just returns to the hand.
Okay.
Everything else goes face down like you would expect. But Stratos refuses.
He's a good noodle.
You still have your normal summon for the turn.
Mm-hmm.
And
Well,
this does not work since there's no monsters on the field, mind you.
yeah.
Well, on his side.
Well, you're coming back out, man.
And that doesn't
And
even
I'll just
matter.
destroy that because why not?
I think it's other heroes, yeah.
Oh yeah, it is other heroes. Great. So nothing happens because I don't want to use its other one.
Because it doesn't matter if you use the other one or not. With that, you declare your final attack. I'm asking.
Yeah.
Stratos swoops in and strikes the Reaper of the Cards. Its blade shattering, it fading to dust. But as it fades to dust, you see that the Julie behind it isn't there anymore. In fact, you start to realize that the things around you aren't there anymore. You're standing in the middle of the forest. You see for a moment a couple of trees in front of you, blocking the sight of something going on the other side. What do you want to do?
Just to clarify, I can put my cards away now, right?
Yes, you can.
Okay. Holy shit.
I know that it was BS, but for every amount of BS, I tried to counter it with a benefit
No.
for you.
No, it was just annoying. It wasn't hard.
No, I get that. I know.
So
That's why I was also like, I was trying to keep it nice and balanced so that, yeah, Book of Eclipse going through. The fact that it was magical spiritual BS with Book of Eclipse in the past, I was going to have it be an automatic that Book of Eclipse disappears anyways. But I figured, you know what? This could work out to being a little bit cooler for you anyways by having Stratos actually do something useful. Immediately useful.
yeah.
But anyhow, so what are you going to do? All that you see is right now, you see this girl on your shoulders. You see the spirit, the Reaper of the Cards, having shattered away into dust, and you're just standing in the middle of a bunch of trees. You see something going on behind them, behind those trees, but you can't make out what it is from where you're at.
I'm gonna slowly approach to try to get a look what's going on.
As you do, just remind me what those counters were at.
The ones on the duel arena?
Yeah,
I was at 14.
technically 6 because that second summon of
Oh, yeah.
Stratus. Don't worry, I had that planned out due to a thematic thing. Because this is what I was expecting you to walk in on.
Mhm.
As you step forward, you see Nick standing in front of a Reaper of the Cards. The environment around seeming to be mostly dissipated, but with just a little bit of those shadows floating underneath them. Nick seems to be just almost in as much of a blind rage at this point as you were. As you look, you see around them the bodies of you, Julie, and the girl that you were carrying. As he swings another attack with his Bro Hunter. The attack strikes, and another burst of electricity just starts spewing off both him and his monster. As Reaper of the Cards ends up being destroyed. As it does, you see for just a moment nothing but brilliant light. When everything comes back to, you don't see the bodies lying around him. For just a moment, it seems as if everything has finally faded. You see coming out of the forest just a shaking, crying, absolutely terrified looking Julie just stumble out of the woods.
And guess where I'm going? Pew!
Guess where you want to go?
Oh.
The first thing you see as soon as she walks out is her collapse. Nick taking a second to look at her, look behind him and see that none of you guys are there. See you standing there. You suddenly feel your shoulders start to lighten up. She's no longer there. After a bit of time, You start staggering forward. She walks out of the forest behind Nick, absolutely confused and in a daze. She goes down as you're still trying to move forward towards Julie. But the world goes black. Your balance fades. You just hear Nick yell out, "Jesse!" as everything collapses. Oliver, are you still in here? No, you're not. That's fine. Jesse?
Yep.
You see nothing but pitch blackness. You are out of commission. You're not dead. You have won. You have survived. And trust me when I say that it wasn't that much of an issue anyways.
Well,
Hey,
But-
it was stressful, man.
shit,
get
I
that.
lost $5.
Fuck you.
Yeah. Thanks, Jake, for the money, by the way.
You know what? I'm glad Flannery believed in me.
This bet never happened while I was making a joke.
I know it's a joke.
And I was reinforcing it.
I know that I knew you guys wouldn't actually bet. Well, you would, but that's not the
Flannery,
point.
So, PayPal, or should I just swing down to where you are?
Next time we see each other. Even if that's in like
no.
Osaka or something.
How about I bring you just like an 8-pack of mochi?
That works. Anyhow, but with that, everything fades to black. With that, as far as that goes, the next morning, you're going to end up waking up just a little bit before Oliver does. As you do, you just see Julie asleep next to you. And while you feel exhausted and tired, you don't really see. It almost seems as if everything that happened was just a bad dream. But as you take a look around, you feel the exhaustion and the pain from what had ended up happening. Real or not real, it definitely ended up taking a lot out of you. As soon as you try to move even the slightest bit, Julie grabs you and just pulls you close to her. For as exhausted as you are, she will not let go.
Oh, can't really fight it now, can I?
God, your harem's weird.
Although, seeing her safe, he will shed a tear. Of just like, thank God.
However, you will notice that on your arm, there are the marks from which her claws have dug into you. As far as you can tell, those seem to be and there's also a gash on your arm, but nothing deep and nothing major. Those seem to be the only signs that what happened last night may have actually happened.
Mm-hmm.
With that, anything that you want to do before we close out?
Actually, I want to see the cards that I lost, just so I can.
As far as the cards that you lost go, let me
I lost a
grab the
mask
others.
change, form change. How are they?
Here you go.
Okay. And then I lost a mask and a form change. Okay, so really only Shadow Mist and Miracle Fusion. Mask
The-
Charge was good. I'm gonna write this down. I'll just open a notepad. Holly, Blaze, and
That said, for as BS as everything was, and I do understand that it was BS, I might have ended up taking that a little bit too much. But I tried to hammer home that it would be a chore, just not a life risking one.
Mm-hmm.
So
I expected it to be like just some like random guy dressed up as a Duel Reaper.
I can get that. I'm glad that I didn't do that because that would have been funny, albeit. But that would have just been like to a degree just too ridiculous. I feel.
I agree. I'm not like upset by this. I actually liked this. Some of it though, I was like, oh, what the fuck?
But what you don't realize is that there's actually another Duel Reaper on the island, but it is actually just 3 kids in a cloak.
That Duel Reaper can do whatever the fuck it wants. I'm done with this shit.
This was the kind of like, whereas the Andy side quest was supposed to be the actual life risking challenge. This one was mostly supposed to be a matter of, hey, if you guys want to do it, that's all power to you. However, I have contingencies upon contingencies planned.
Damn it! I wish I got something cool out of it.
Oh, don't worry, you are getting something cool out of it.
You lost 7 cards. What more could you want?
Oh no, there is going to be one little trait given to you.
Fucking idiot.
I was kind of thinking that.
Oh no,
Dumb.
don't fear the Reaper.
You have advantage when rolling with Reaper of the cards.
Did
Nope.
I lose a fusion monster?
No, you did not.
I only have 14.
Absolute Zero should still have been in your extra deck. It just was a banish, not a destroy.
I have, yeah. The heck?
That was the only one that could have possibly gone weird.
Check that you didn't accidentally throw it into your main deck.
I'm missing the Vision Hero Trinity.
I have no clue how that would have happened.
Right?
That never came up.
Right?
So I can't even be of any help there. Sarcastically, seriously, what have you. But anyhow, as far as that's concerned, we are going to end up starting off next game with Jesse and Oliver, with Jesse basically starting back up where this ended up concluding.
Cool beans.
Alright.
So with that, I hope you guys enjoyed tonight's session. Glad to see that we got a follower, subscriber, one of the two, tonight. And honestly, I hope to see you guys on Saturday because because of this, something happened because of Jesse's actions.
Oh god, last time Jesse did something, Wrath was evil.
Last time I did something, we smashed all day.
So with that, hope to see you guys next week.
Oh, I hope to see you Saturday. He'll see you next week.
You know what I mean. Anyhow.